Chapter 37. Dong dong dong. The sound of the door being slammed made Yang Ming's whole body tremble. With a low roar, Yang Ming spurted out, gasping for breath. "We are the police. The people inside, please open the door for inspection." There was a noisy shout outside the door. Yang Ming still hadn't recovered from this series of shock when he heard a bang sound. The door was knocked open and a few uniformed people rushed in. "Why didn't you open the door?" A male police officer came over and pulled Yang Ming away from the girl. Then he put 2 towels on Yang Ming and the girl and said to the female police officer next to him, "You help the girl put on." "What are you doing?" Yang Ming's consciousness returned to his mind at this moment. "What's the relationship between this woman and you?" the male police officer asked. "I don't know her," Yang Ming replied woodenly. The effect of the alcohol made Yang Ming's brain swell, and there was no way to think about the whole story. The male police officer nodded to the female police officer and said, "Take him back first." Both of them knew that maybe this case was the same as what the informant said, a rape case. Of course, at the very least, it was a prostitution case. The girl actually woke up a long time ago under Yang Ming's violent torment, but the severe tearing pain in her lower body and the shame of being humiliated made her not dare to open her eyes. At this time, the girl heard the police coming and dared to open her eyes. Painful tears fell from her eyelids. Yang Ming's back was facing her, so she couldn't see the man who insulted her innocence. "Save me," the girl said 2 words in a weak voice, and then fainted again. The 2 police officers were more certain of the nature of the case, and the girl was undoubtedly a victim. The female police officer used a simple hood prepared in advance to cover the girl's face. Because the girl was the victim, especially this kind of case involved personal privacy issues. If it was exposed, it would have a very bad impact on the girl's life. However, Yang Ming was directly pushed out. Yang Ming was inexplicably handcuffed and escorted into the police car by the male police officer. As for Wang Jitao and Zhang Biao, they were hiding in the crowd and used their digital cameras to capture the scene of Yang Ming being escorted into the police car. "So it's you, Brad." In the police car, Xia Shui finally recognized that the suspect in front of her was Yang Ming, who had just come to the police station 2 days ago. Yang Ming was a lot more clear-headed after being exposed to the cold wind. He looked at the policewoman in front of him for a long time and finally recognized her. "Oh, it's Officer Xia. You still haven't forgotten about me." "Humph. I knew you weren't a good person, but Captain Shin actually believed you and asked the bureau chief to give you a certificate of heroism. This time, you've finally fallen into my hands. Let's see what else you have to say." Xia Shui finally vented the resentment from a few days ago. "What's wrong with me?" Yang Ming was a bit inexplicable. "Am I still dreaming?" But this dream seemed to be a bit too long and too strange. "Humph. What's wrong?" "Raping a girl. I say, Yang Ming, your courage isn't small. A few days ago, you killed someone, and now you're raping a girl. Don't tell me you're also doing heroism this time." Xia Shui sneered. "I'm raping a girl?" Yang Ming suddenly patted his head. The scene just now suddenly flashed through his mind. The girl's painful moan, the frown, and the scarlet and bleak plum blossom print on the sheet. Yes, it seems that I did have a relationship with a girl, but wasn't that a dream? Could it be true? Looking at the heavenly earth outside the car window, it was still brightly lit and crowded. Yang Ming finally realized that he seemed to have done something stupid. Wang Jitao. It must be Wang Jitao. This little bastard framed me. Yang Ming angrily scolded in his heart. I already knew that this guy didn't have good intentions. How could I be so careless? I finally fell into his trap. It was as if Yang Ming could see Wang Jitao's smug face smiling proudly. His expression was as if he was saying, "Little guy, if you want to fight with me for Chun Mingyan, you could spend the rest of your life in prison. Fuck your ancestors." Yang Ming's hand that wasn't handcuffed slammed into the police car door. The car door was hit by Yang Ming with a bang. Yang Ming's anger could be imagined. "Kid, you're still not honest in the police car." Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming not only scolded people, but also dared to smash the car. She was so angry that she swung her baton at Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned around and glared at Xia Shui. He didn't expect this policewoman to be so violent. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Yang Ming, who often fought. Why are you staring at me? Do you believe that I won't hit you again? Xia Shui felt a little guilty under Yang Ming's fierce stare. Little girl, you dare to hit me? Yang Ming secretly swore in his heart that he must teach this self-righteous and grumpy Xia Shui a lesson. However, he still didn't dare to do things like beating a police officer. It was already difficult to clear his name. If he attacked a police officer, Yang Ming estimated that he would have to stay in prison for the rest of his life. Enough, Xia Shui. You hurt him, and you still have to pay for his treatment. The male police officer was really afraid that Xia Shui would hit Yang Ming's head with the baton. Let's just treat him, Xia Shui whispered. The police officer obviously had a lot of experience. He wasn't surprised. Along the way, he didn't say a word, which made Yang Ming a little uncomfortable. The police car drove into the Songjiang City Police Station. Once they arrived at the police station, Yang Ming and the girl were separated. Yang Ming was once again taken into the interrogation room. At this point, Yang Ming was already a person who entered the police station for the second time. Same place, same people. The difference was that this case seemed to be lighter than the previous murder case. But in fact, it was much more serious. When Chun Fei saw Yang Ming, he couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that the person who stopped others from flirting with girls a few days ago would become a rapist today. Intuition told him that there must be some inside story. Chapter 38. As soon as Chun Fei entered the interrogation room, he smelled the pungent smell of alcohol. Chun Fei shook his head. It was said that alcohol was an enzyme, and it was easy to mess up after drinking. It seemed that this saying was not wrong at all. Give him some sobering medicine. Chun Fei instructed the male police officer who brought Yang Ming in. In fact, Yang Ming was already awake, but he didn't know how to speak. Only a few hours had passed, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. Everything was like a dream, making Yang Ming unable to determine whether it was real or not. Yang Ming took the sobering tea handed over by the male police officer and slowly took a big sip before organizing his words. Captain Chun, I was framed. What did you say? Framed by someone? What happened? Chun Fei was stunned. When he heard Yang Ming say this, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. To be honest, he didn't want to see Yang Ming become a rapist. Captain Chun, this is the case. One of my classmates invited me to Heavenly Earth for a meal. Then, we drank a lot of wine. After that, I got drunk. Not long after that, I felt my body burning up. I had that kind of desire. When I opened my eyes, I saw a girl lying beside me without wearing anything. I thought it was a dream at that time, so, said Yang Ming. Dream? You can't just have sex with others even if you're dreaming. Why is your self-control so bad? Chun Fei shook his head. Hearing Yang Ming say this, Chun Fei had a general understanding of the situation. Although Yang Ming might have been framed, raping a girl had already constituted a criminal fact. I don't know. Captain Chun, I won't hide it from you. I felt like I had taken an aphrodisiac at that time. I couldn't control myself. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Little Zhang, give him a urine test. When Chun Fei heard Yang Ming say that he had taken an aphrodisiac, he suddenly thought of something and immediately ordered the male police officer beside him. Yes. The male police officer stood up, then took a disposable paper cup and handed it to Yang Ming. What are you doing? Yang Ming was stunned. Chun Fei said, you reminded me just now. I suspect that your classmate gave you something like an aphrodisiac. This, I pee here. Yang Ming looked at the disposable paper cup in his hand. We're all men. What are you afraid of? Chun Fei laughed. All right. Yang Ming knew that Chun Fei was doing this for his own good. Without hesitation, he quickly undid his pants and peed into the disposable paper cup. Captain Chun, the girl's confession has come out. The door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Xia Shui came in with a folder. When she saw Yang Ming holding a chick, she was stunned and immediately shouted, Rogue. Yang Ming's expression changed. Yang Ming was shocked by her sudden intrusion, and when she shouted, his hands trembled and half of his pee spilled onto the floor. Xia Shui, how many times have I told you? You have to knock before you enter. Chen Fei scolded. What hooligan? According to your logic, you broke into the men's room, and you're calling someone a hooligan? I am Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming fiercely, but she glanced at the thing under Yang Ming's body. Her face was slightly red, but when she thought that it was Yang Ming's thing that bullied the girl just now, she really wanted to rush over and kick it. Yang Ming quickly pulled up his pants, fearing that this violent woman would do something to him. Xia Shui, you go and do a urine test for him, and then give the results to me as soon as possible. Chen Fei pointed at the disposable paper cup in Yang Ming's hand. Me? Xia Shui was reluctant, especially when she saw that the side of the paper cup was sprinkled with urine. She was even more reluctant to touch it, but she had to obey the captain's order. Yang Ming deliberately pushed the paper cup into Xia Shui's hand, and it ended up peeing on Xia Shui's hand. Xia Shui was so angry that she really wanted to throw the urine on Yang Ming's face, but the captain was watching. If she really did that, she would probably be punished. The police department had a specialized testing agency, so the test results came out after 10 minutes. A large amount of aphrodisiac was found in Yang Ming's urine. It was a strong aphrodisiac that the ladies in Ginza, Japan, often gave to their guests. It seems that you were indeed framed by your classmate. Xia Shui, you and little Zhang immediately go to Earthly Paradise and bring back the wine bottles from the Purple Gold Pavilion's private room for testing. Chen Fei said decisively. But Chen Fei was still one step too late. All the wine bottles in the Purple Gold Pavilion had already been taken away, and even the table had been wiped clean. All the evidence was destroyed. Immediately bring Wang Jitao back to assist in the investigation. Chen Fei gave a second task to Xiao Zhang and Xia Shui. Not long after, Xiao Zhang called back and said, Captain Chen, Wang Jitao refused to come back with me. What? If he didn't come, wouldn't you bring him back? Chen Fei asked. Wang Jitao's family is having a meal with several leaders. Wang Jitao said that if there was anything, I should look for his lawyer directly. Because I disturbed them, I was scolded by the leaders. Xiao Zhang said dejectedly, Forget it. You can come back. When Chen Fei heard that Wang Jitao actually had a lawyer, he knew that this matter was not so easy to handle. All the evidence against Wang Jitao had been eliminated. If he refused to admit it, Chen Fei couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, from the matter of having a meal with the leaders, it could be understood that Wang Jitao's family was definitely not ordinary. His parents were definitely people with power on the ground of Songjiang City. Even if there was evidence, Wang Jitao's crime was not a big deal. It could be easily settled with some money. In the end, the most that could make him admit was that he gave Yang Ming an aphrodisiac. What happened after that was Yang Ming's responsibility. Chen Fei shook his head and picked up Xia Shui's recorded statement to read. The victim was called Lin Jiyun. She was 18 years old this year. She was a senior high school student at Songjiang Normal University affiliated high school. When she was delivering food to her father, she was drugged with a handkerchief. When she woke up, she was already violated by Yang Ming. Chapter 39. Yang Ming. Although the results of the urine test can be determined that you were given an aphrodisiac, the evidence against Wang Jitao has been completely eliminated. From a legal point of view, we have no way to convict Wang Jitao. Chen Fei shook his head and said, You can also understand that for this kind of thing, Wang Jitao will leave himself clean with the help of a lawyer. Captain Chen, you also said that I was drugged. I thought I was dreaming at the time. When Yang Ming heard Captain Chen say that he constituted the crime of rape, he was suddenly stunned. Rape is a big crime. It is normal to be sentenced to 8 to 10 years. Yang Ming, although I sympathize with you, you have to know that the criminal law of our country has a provision for the crime of rape. It refers to the act of forcibly having sex with a woman against her will by violence, coercion, or other means. Chen Fei paused and continued. There is no negligent rape in the law. So no matter what the situation is, it is against the will of the victim to have sex with her. Moreover, in your subjective view, there's also the consciousness of having sex with the victim. The aphrodisiac is not an excuse for you to get away with crime. You thought that you were dreaming, but this is only what you think, and it is not a reason. So I can't say the final result. We have to wait for the court's decision. Yang Ming took a deep breath. At this moment, he had calmed down a lot. Yes, no matter what the reason is, I am wrong. The girl is innocent. I hate that I shouldn't have believed Wang Jitao so easily and come to eat such a meal. Yang Ming finally understood what it meant to be greedy for small gains and suffer a big loss. The situation in front of him was the best example. Captain Chun, how many years do you think the court will sentence me? Yang Ming was now completely resigned to his fate. Now that things had reached this point, he could only face it calmly. Although Yang Ming was very regretful at this moment, he felt that he had wronged his parents and Zhao Ying. He really had no face to see them in the future. However, Yang Ming felt that he owed the girl the most. She was obviously the victim of his grudge with Wang Jitao. I've said it before. I can't say for sure. Based on past experience, the victim's testimony is the main basis for sentencing. The key is the victim's statement about the process of your crime. It's very likely that one sentence will play a crucial role. In the end, the court will make the final judgment based on the degree of injury suffered by the victim, Chun Fei explained. Can I see that girl? Although Yang Ming didn't want to ask for her forgiveness, he also hoped that she could understand that he was framed. I'm afraid that won't work. There has never been a case where the victim and the suspect have met in person, but I will explain your situation to the victim. Hopefully, she will understand and put in a good word for you in her testimony. Chun Fei said, that's all I can do. Young man, don't be discouraged. Life is long. All roads lead to Rome. Aren't there many people in this world who have been reformed from prison and become pillars of society? Yang Ming nodded and said thank you softly. Although Xia Shui hated Yang Ming, this matter was related to Yang Ming's future. She didn't dare to be too careless. She still patiently told the process of Yang Ming being framed to Lin Jiyun. However, Lin Jiyun's mood was very bad at the moment. She was very agitated and didn't listen at all. She just kept saying that she wanted to bring Yang Ming to justice. When Xia Shui told the result to Yang Ming just smiled bitterly. He knew that there would be such a result. Why would she sympathize with him? Xia Shui suddenly felt that Yang Ming was very pitiful at this time. Looking at Yang Ming's somewhat sad face, Xia Shui couldn't help but sympathize with him. Originally, he could have had a good future, but because of this accident, his life would become another appearance. The case quickly came to a conclusion. Yang Ming was very cooperative and admitted all his crimes. Then, he just had to wait to be transferred to the detention center. In an isolated room in the police station, Yang Ming saw his parents. After Yang Ming's father learned about this matter, it was obvious that he had aged a lot. Both of his temples had become a little gray. Big Ming, your mother, and I don't want to say those words that blame you. You walked the road yourself. I hope this matter can teach you a lesson. Your mother and I will wait at home for you to change back. Yang's father's attitude was very calm. Big Ming, Mom believes that you didn't mean it, but the law is like this. The national law is ruthless. You don't have to be too resentful. Mother Yang persuaded with tears. Dad, Mom, I don't blame anyone. Everything was caused by me. I should bear this responsibility. But you, I have disappointed you. Yang Ming shook his head. He had thought it through. It wasn't a big deal. Wasn't it just going to prison? Moreover, he didn't have to worry about his future. He had a special ability now. Was he afraid that he couldn't make a lot of money in the future? Well, Big Ming, we are relieved that you can understand this truth. This is what a man should do. It doesn't matter. No matter what the court's judgment is, you can relax and change. After you're released, you can take over my job in the factory. It's not bad to be a workshop worker. Yang's father nodded. Yang Ming didn't let his parents tell the school and teachers about this matter. He didn't want Zhao Ying to be sad, and he didn't want Wang Jitao to be proud. He would hide it for as long as possible. Then, Yang Ming was taken to the detention center and waited for the date of the trial to arrive. Go in. Yang Ming was pushed into a dark and humid room. The iron door behind him closed with a bang. The poor conditions of the detention center were well known. There were even many people who would rather go to prison than go to the detention center. One was because the conditions here were poor. The other was because the management here was chaotic. There were all kinds of people, and fights would happen from time to time. Brat, which fucking group are you from? As soon as the police left, a man as strong as an ox stared at Yang Ming and asked coldly. Yang Ming glanced at him and ignored him. Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the people here. Fuck, Brother Leopard is talking to you. Are you fucking deaf? A thin man like a bamboo pole jumped up and grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Let go. Try and touch me. Yang Ming said disdainfully. With his physique, he came out to show off. He was purely a sandbag. As soon as Yang Ming said this, 2 more people stood up in the cell. Including the bamboo pole, there was a total of 3 people. They were all staring at Yang Ming. Only an old man was squatting on his bed, indifferent to everything in front of him. Wait! The Iron Tower man made a gesture to the bamboo pole. You let go of him first. Humph! The bamboo pole coldly snorted and let go of Yang Ming. Regarding the procedure of transferring to the court, the fishman didn't know much about it. Let's look at it and laugh it off. Chapter 40. Boy, what the hell are you doing? What did you do to get in here? It's best to make it clear. I don't care what your identity is outside. Once you're in here, you have to follow the rules here. I have the final say here. The towering man, also known as Brother Leopard, moved his neck and then used his hands to make a cracking sound. At this time, someone who knew the inside story whispered a few words in Brother Leopard's ear. Yang Ming remembered this guy. When he was in the interrogation room, he saw him. He was in because of robbery. Rape? Haha, fuck boy, I didn't see it. You're quite principled, aren't you? Brother Leopard grinned and walked towards Yang Ming, then punched towards Yang Ming's lower body. Yang Ming is a veteran of fighting. How could he be easily hit by Brother Leopard? Brother Leopard thought that one punch would make Yang Ming cry for his father and mother, but he didn't expect that his wrist would be firmly grasped by Yang Ming, making him unable to move. Fuck your mother! Brother Leopard was furious and kicked towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming sneered. His body jumped up and used his knee to hit Brother Leopard's crotch. You want to hit Lousy's little brother? You're wicked enough. Lousy will let you have a good time first. With a distorted scream, Brother Leopard's body curled up like a prawn as he curled up on the ground. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. His eyes bulged as he gasped for breath with his mouth wide open. Brothers, kill him! As Brother Leopard's #1 man, when the thin bamboo saw that his boss was beaten, he immediately prepared to gang up. Don't fucking move! Yang Ming grabbed Brother Leopard's neck and fiercely said, Whoever moves, I'll strangle him. Lousy has already killed 1 person. I don't care about killing 1 more. Yang Ming knew that most of the people in this detention center were gangsters. If he didn't suppress them, he would be in big trouble. So he simply brought up the matter of his murder. Kill! Kill! Brother Leopard said with difficulty, Aren't you raping her? Have you heard of Ji Shuisheng? Yang Ming tightened his grip. I was the one who killed him. Brother Leopard mingled in the underworld. So naturally, he had heard of Ji Shuisheng's name. Ji Shuisheng used to be the gold medal fighter of the underworld gang in S province. His kung fu was excellent, but he was a little lecherous. Later, because he offended the woman of the gang's leader, he was reduced to robbing people for a living. Old chicken? Brother Leopard looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He was actually the person who killed Ji Shuisheng. Then, it wasn't shameful to be restrained by him. Thinking of this, Brother Bao didn't dare to be tough anymore. He was afraid that Yang Ming would strangle him to death. It was not a big deal for prisoners to die in a fight in the detention center. I'm sorry. Brother, I didn't recognize you and offended you just now. Brother Leopard gritted his teeth and finally gave in. However, in his heart, he was cursing the prisoner who told on him just now. Oomph. Yang Ming snorted and let go of his hand. He didn't intend to cause trouble, but this kind of thing couldn't be avoided. He knew that since the detention center was like this, then the prison must be similar. Although the prison's control was stricter than here, there were still prison bullies. If he wasn't ruthless, his future days would be difficult. I'm in a bad mood. If you want me to vent my anger, then come over. Brother, I was impulsive just now. You see, we are all mingling in the underworld. Songjiang City is only a small place. After we go out, we will still see each other. Let's just forget about this matter. Mingling in the underworld advocated strength. Brother Leopard saw that Yang Ming was so good at fighting, so he wanted to make friends with him. My name is Bao Songli. Friends in the underworld, give me face and call me Brother Leopard. Brother, what's your name? Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's forget about it. Yang Ming didn't know how many days he would have to stay in the detention center, but it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Therefore, he generously waved his hand and said, My name is Yang Ming. Good, straightforward. Brother Yang, right? Bao Songli clapped his hands and suddenly looked at the person who told on him just now. He kicked his butt and scolded, Little Dazi, why aren't you calling him Brother Yang? Damn, you dare to frame Brother Yang as a rapist. Do you want to die? Little Dazi trembled in front of Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so ruthless. Even Brother Leopard couldn't beat him. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why was he so annoying? But he clearly remembered that Yang Ming was imprisoned because of rape. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? However, he didn't dare to say too much. No one in this detention center was someone he couldn't afford to offend. They were all big shots, and the one who just came in seemed to be a big shot. Therefore, he couldn't care much and quickly said humbly, Brother Yang, you're a big shot. Don't bother with me. Look at my annoying mouth. It's really annoying. Damn, I think you are the same. Bao Songli slapped the back of Lil Dazi's head. Forget it, Brother Leopard. Yang Ming grabbed Bao Songli's hand and said, Don't hit him. What he said is actually not wrong. Bao Songli was quite strong, but he couldn't escape from Yang Ming's grasp. He was shocked, so he pretended to stop and said, Since Brother Yang has spoken, I will let you go this time. Why don't you quickly thank Brother Yang? Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you, Brother Yang. Little Dazi quickly nodded his head. Brother, you said that Little Dazi was right. What do you mean? Did you really come in because of that? Bao Songli asked curiously. You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. Since he had nothing to do and Bao Songli was quite forthright, Yang Ming told Bao Songli about how he was framed. Fuck his grandfather. Bao Songli was furious after hearing it. He jumped up from the ground and scolded. I despise this kind of person the most in my life. He doesn't have the ability to get a woman, so he framed others. Brother, don't worry. When I, Bao Songli, get out, I will definitely kill him. Chapter 41. Brother Bao, I know you are a loyal person, but let's forget about it. I will settle my own matters. Yang Ming shook his head. Why? Are you looking down on me? Bao Songli said angrily. How could I? I just don't want to involve Brother Bao. Wang Jitao's family is very powerful. I heard that his father is the chairman of the Xiongfeng group in this city. We can't beat him for the time being. Yang Ming deliberately used the word for the time being. This was because he knew that this feud had already been formed. It was only a matter of time before he found Wang Jitao and returned the favor. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to say this. But now, he wasn't an ordinary person. What was the Xiongfeng group? One day, he would be much stronger than him. Yeah, I misunderstood you. You are right. The Xiongfeng group isn't something that small people like us can beat. Bao Songli was a little sad at the moment. People like them sometimes felt that it was unfair. They were all doing illegal things, but they had to go to jail. On the other hand, those rich people were doing things that were 100 times worse than them and still got away with it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Bao, how did you get in? Yang Ming didn't want to continue this topic. Me? What else could it be? I got into a fight with someone. I made a mistake and didn't figure out the identity of that group of people. That day, I went out to drink with a few brothers. I drank too much and went to the toilet to pee. Coincidentally, another person was also peeing, but there was only one urinal, so we fought over it. I beat him up. Bao Songli said. Bao Songli said, I thought this was over. I didn't expect this guy to call 5 people after he went back. They came to our private room with batons in their hands. Although there were only 3 of us, we still beat the 5 of them. Later, when the police came, we found out that the 6 people were from the Health Supervision Brigade. We are small gangsters. You can imagine which side the police listened to. My brothers and I were detained for beating up public officials. We even had to pay for their medical fees. After Yang Ming heard it, he patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and said, "Although those people are officials, you have some problems with this matter. Don't worry too much about it. I'm not thinking about anything else. I'm just a little upset. Why are those people enjoying themselves in the hospital while us brothers are in jail?" Bao Sanli said angrily. "Pooh!" Yang Ming almost laughed. "Brother Bao, you are too funny. She is already in the hospital. How can that be called enjoyment?" After Bao Sanli heard it, he laughed and said, "We were too heavy-handed. I guess these people will have to lie down for a while." Not long after, Yang Ming became familiar with the people in this cell. The bamboo-like man was Bao Sanli's underling, Chi Wen-Rui. He was also involved in the beating that day. Another underling, Di Lei, was locked up in another cell. The one who came in because of the robbery was called Lida. He was a wily old fox. He couldn't even remember how many times he had come in. Lida was purely in administrative detention. It was estimated that he would be released in a few days. As for the old man, Bao Sanli didn't know him. He only said that he was crazy and had been locked up for a long time. According to the other old people in the other cells, it was at least 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years. Yang Ming was stunned. How could there be people in a detention center who were locked up for 7 or 8 years without going to court? When he asked Bao Sanli, he didn't know either. He only said that it might be a problem left behind by history. When Yang Ming came to the detention center, he had already eaten dinner. So he talked to Bao Sanli for a while and went to sleep on his bed. In the middle of the night, a cry woke Yang Ming up from his dream. "It's raining. It's sunny. Don't forget to wear a cotton-padded jacket when it's sunny. It's snowing. It's sunny. Don't forget to wear a straw hat when it's sunny." "Who is it?" Yang Ming sat up from the bed. He looked up and found that the people in the detention center were all awake. When Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming was also woken up, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he pointed to the old man's bed and whispered, "The old man is like this. He is awake for a while and confused for a while. He sang in the middle of the night. This isn't the first time." "Then no one cares?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "It is said that in the beginning, the prison guards came a few times. But they saw that his mental state was a bit abnormal, so they didn't care about him." Bao Sanli said, "He is a very pitiful old man. I don't see any relatives." Yang Ming sighed and lay back on the bed. The old man sang for a while and then became quiet. After a while, there was even breathing sound in the detention center. The next day, Yang Ming paid special attention to the old man. When the old man was not sick, he was like a normal person. He followed them to eat and drink, but he didn't say a word. "Hey, old man, you are carrying so many steamed buns. Aren't you afraid of choking to death? There are no more people behind us." A green-haired young man pushed the old man. The steamed buns in the old man's hands rolled to the ground. "Ha ha ha ha!" A few people around the green-haired young man laughed. These people were the street punks. They usually bullied the weak for fun. 2 days ago, they robbed an old man who sold fruits. They were caught by the police and were sentenced to 15 days of administrative detention. The old man was about to bend down to pick up the steamed buns on the ground. A hand snatched in front of him. The owner of the hand was Yang Ming. Yang Ming grabbed the steamed buns from the ground and rubbed them on the soles of his shoes. Then he stood up. The green-haired young man and the other punks were puzzled. They looked at Yang Ming, who was holding a dirty steamed bun in his hand and smiling. Yang Ming looked at the green-haired young man in front of him. He pinched his cheeks and stuffed the dirty steamed bun into his mouth. "Ugh! Ah!" The green-haired young man struggled with all his might to close his mouth. However, Yang Ming's force on his mouth was shockingly strong. The green-haired young man could only watch as the dirty steamed bun was stuffed into his mouth. "Since you are afraid of not having any, then I will give you one," Yang Ming said expressionlessly. After that, he didn't forget to use his right hand to press the steamed bun into the green-haired young man's throat. "Ugh! Cough! Cough!" The green-haired young man pinched his throat and coughed violently. The steamed bun was so stuck that he couldn't breathe. His face turned purple. Together with his green hair, he looked like an eggplant in a vegetable field. Motherfucker, you don't want to live anymore. The person beside the green-haired young man wanted to get angry, but he was stopped by the person beside him. The person whispered a few words in his ear. The person who wanted to get angry looked at Yang Ming and left with the green-haired young man in fear. Chapter 42. Yang Ming wondered why these people were afraid of him. Then, he heard Bao Sanli's voice coming from behind. What happened? Who the fuck bullied the people in our cell? Yang Ming looked back and saw Bao Sanli's ferocious look. Only then did he react. It turned out that the person that those punks were afraid of was him. Yang Ming knew yesterday that Bao Sanli was already a tyrant in the detention center. Nothing, Brother Bao. I saw that those punks bullied the old man, so I taught them a lesson. Yang Ming said as he sat at the table with Bao Sanli. The old man also sat with them. Don't bother about them. They probably just came. They don't have good eyesight. Bao Sanli scolded. After the meal, when they were cleaning up the plates, the old man suddenly came to Yang Ming's side. He smiled at him and whispered, "Thank you, young man. You're welcome. I can't stand people bullying the old." Yang Ming shook his head indifferently. However, it was Yang Ming's good habit of respecting the old and loving the young that gave him this magical pair of glasses. Right, old man, why did you come in? I heard that you have been here for 7 or 8 years. After the old man heard it, he looked a little sad. He shook his head and didn't say anything in the end. Yang Ming was a little curious, so he met an old man, Dong Jun, through Bao Sanli. This guy was a thief, and he was a godly thief. It was reasonable to say that this kind of person wouldn't be caught by the police. However, this Dong Jun was a kind guy. He always liked to help some poor people. In this way, as long as there was a case, the police could easily find him. If it was in ancient times, this guy was also a hero thief. Yang Ming listened to Bao Sanli's introduction and had a good impression of Dong Jun. Dong Jun was 22 years old this year. He started to learn from his master when he was 8 years old. Since he started to work alone at the age of 15, he had become a frequent visitor to the police station and detention center. Therefore, he naturally knew more about the detention center than others. Even the corrections weren't as good as him. When Dong Jun heard that Yang Ming was interested in the old man, he felt a little strange. In his opinion, people who were in the detention center couldn't even manage their own affairs, so how could they have the time to care about other people's affairs? I just feel sorry for him. He's an old man, yet he's still in the detention center, Yang Ming answered honestly. If that's the case, then I'll tell you. There's nothing else to do here anyway. Dong Jun listened to Yang Ming's answer and laughed. That old man is called Fong Tian. He was considered a top figure in our Songjiang city. In his early years, old Master Fong worked on a construction site. At that time, he had a first wife. Later on, she contracted tuberculosis and passed away because he didn't have the money to treat her. At that time, Fong Tian was very sad and swore that he must become a rich man. As a result, he really made a name for himself. From a small bricklayer to a small contractor team leader, later on, he had the capital to undertake several big projects. Finally, he made a name for himself in the real estate industry of Songjiang City. He loved his wife very much, so he didn't find another one until he was 50 years old. He met a woman who was 25 years younger than him. This woman was very beautiful. She was his secretary at that time. Later, they worked together for a long time and fell in love with each other. Finally, they were together. Because Fong Tian was still brooding about the matter of his original wife, Fong Tian was very good to his current wife. Basically, he would grant her every request. Later on, at a cocktail party, the underworld boss of Songjiang City, Husan, took a fancy to Fong Tian's wife. Husan was the tyrant of Songjiang City in the past, and he was unusually lecherous. The woman that he took a fancy to couldn't escape from his palm. But Fong Tian wasn't a pushover either. So, the two people started to fight openly and secretly. Later on, Husan asked the deputy director of the detention center to bribe him, who was the deputy director of our detention center at that time, to get Fong Tian in. Of course, the procedures weren't legal. They were all forged by the deputy director. Just like that, Fong Tian was brought in by Hu San without any reason. What about Fong Tian's wife? Asked Yang Ming. That woman, when she heard that Fong Tian was arrested, she immediately got together with Hu San. She even helped Hu San to do bad things. She even became a tool for Hu San to win people's hearts, said Dong Jun disdainfully. Then what about Hu San now? In Yang Ming's memory, there was no one called Hu San in the underworld of Songjiang City. He was shot a long time ago. That woman also ate a bullet, said Dong Jun. Since he fell, shouldn't Fong Tian be fine? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. That's true, but back then, the deputy director and the related personnel were also arrested because they were acting as Hu San's protection. Fong Tian was just a small interlude to them. They had long forgotten about this person. So, the deputy director didn't even think about Fong Tian. Although Fong Tian's detention procedures were forged, the stamp on it was real. The new director naturally didn't know about the conflict, so Fong Tian was locked up here. Dong Jun shook his head. Moreover, Fong Tian had been crazy since he was locked up. He wasn't willing to say anything. What could others do to him? He was framed again. Damn, it was the same as me. It was all because of a woman. When Yang Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but feel indignant. As for Dong Jun, he looked at Yang Ming's leaving figure. There was an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. At night, it was time for the detention center to relax. At this time, all the prisoners could go to the hall to watch TV. Of course, in addition to the news broadcast, the TV usually played some patriotic education videos. But for these prisoners who didn't have much entertainment, it was still very attractive. Yang Ming followed Bao Sanli and walked to the hall. Before he walked to the hall, he heard a bustling noise. Damn, don't you know that this is Brother Da's position? Fuck off, Brother Da. Who knows you? Damn, this kid's mouth is quite stubborn. Brothers, help him loosen his bones and let him enjoy it. No problem, Brother Da. You just watch. Hee, kid, our technique of loosening bones can't be compared to those massage rooms. If we break your bones, don't blame us. We told you in advance. However, listening to the meaning of their words, there was no difference between telling him or not. Not good, it's delay. Bao Sanli heard the shouting and immediately said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming knew that it was common for prisoners to fight in the detention center, but he didn't expect to encounter it on his first day. However, when he thought about Bao Sanli's attitude towards him when he first arrived, he was relieved. Which prisoner here wasn't a master who could do whatever he wanted? It was normal for there to be some conflicts. Yang Ming followed Bao Sanli and Qi Wenrui to the center of the hall. He saw 5 strong men beating a person. This person must be the delay that Bao Sanli mentioned. Although delay was fighting back, how could he be the opponent of 5 people? Rather than fighting back, it was better to say that he was defending. How dare you touch my brother? Bao Sanli saw that delay was beaten. How could he bear it? He directly rushed over. Qi Wenrui saw that Bao Sanli was going up, so he naturally didn't stay idle. However, these 5 people couldn't be compared to the people from the Health Bureau. These 5 people were like Bao Sanli, veterans of fighting in society. After Bao Sanli and Qi Wenrui rushed in, although the situation had changed, it was still a one-sided situation. Yang Ming shook his head. He knew that he had to make a move. The prisoners here were all in groups. Bao Sanli was the only friend he knew here. Although Bao Sanli and he called each other brothers, if he didn't make a move now, Bao Sanli would inevitably hold a grudge against him. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had to stay in this damn place. If he didn't stand on the right side, there wouldn't be any peaceful days. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't say anything and walked toward one of the macho men who was about to attack Bao Sanli's back. He grabbed his collar. And kicked him hard in the back of his waist. The back of the waist was one of the more fragile parts of the human body. If it was seriously injured, it would cause one to be unable to stand up. If it was serious, one would probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. They were ruthless, but Yang Ming was more ruthless than them. During the days when Suyao left him and gave up on himself, Yang Ming used crazy fighting to numb himself. He was just like a madman. In private, Those gangsters called Yang Ming Crazy Yang. When he fought outside, Yang Ming was still worried that he would injure people. However, in the detention center, Yang Ming was much more relaxed. He was also tempted by those Hong Kong and Taiwan TV dramas. When prisoners fought, they would beat each other to death. Yang Ming also thought that it was natural. In fact, even in the detention center, if you beat someone to death, you would also have to bear the legal responsibility. It was just that it wasn't easy to determine the responsibility in a gang fight. Therefore, Yang Ming killed in the moment he came up. The strong man didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. The severe pain in his back made him unable to stand up. Chapter 43. With the addition of Yang Ming, the other party's people were quickly dealt with. In the end, the arrogant brother Da was certainly not spared. When he was about to say a few harsh words, Yang Ming stepped on his face, and the guy fainted immediately. Let's not talk about the one with the lumbar injury. Let's talk about the one who could see. Bao solemnly pointed at brother Da, who fainted on the ground with a broken nose. He said to Yang Ming with admiration, "Brother Yang, I'm convinced. You are really ruthless. No wonder old chicken was killed by you." It was only at this time that Bao solemnly was truly convinced by Yang Ming. This brother Yang was much more sincere than the previous fake flattery. Many of the prisoners present were people in the underworld. When they heard that Ji Shuisheng was killed by Yang Ming, they couldn't help but be shocked. They looked at Yang Ming with respect. "The disciplinary officer is here," someone shouted, and the people present immediately stood neatly, making a path for him. What happened? Who was fighting? Prison Zhang walked over with a baton and asked with a dark face. Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, Qi Wenrui, and Di Lei stood out. "What's your name?" Prison Zhang asked. "Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, Qi Wenrui, Di Lei." Yang Ming? Prison Zhang thought. So he is Yang Ming. "Captain Chen Fei asked me to take care of you. I didn't expect you to not need my care." It turned out that Chen Fei thought that Yang Ming was a good guy. He was afraid that he would be bullied by other prisoners in the detention center, so he purposely greeted his old classmate, Prison Zhang. What happened? Prison Zhang's face softened a little. If the person who was beaten up today was Yang Ming, he would be blamed by his old classmate. Report, Yu Xiangda saw that Yang Ming was new, so he came to find trouble. "We are all in the same cell, so we fought with them," Bao Sanli said. "Looking for trouble?" Yang Ming was stunned. Just now, it was clearly the Yu Xiangda who was fighting with Di Lei. They were all here to help. How did it become bullying? Wasn't he lying through his teeth? There were so many people present. Wouldn't the discipline master be able to find out the truth by asking? Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Bao Sanli winked at him. Yang Ming could only shut his mouth again. Zhang Guanjiao nodded after hearing this. He was already 70 to 80% convinced. Old prisoners bullying new prisoners had become a common practice, and there was no need for any special reason. Therefore, he didn't have any doubts at all. "Everyone, tell me, is that what happened?" Zhang Guanjiao asked the other prisoners. "I'm not sure. That's probably what happened." The prisoners all shook their heads. Yang Ming had some doubts. No wonder Bao Sanli didn't blush when he was lying. It was impossible to be exposed. He didn't know that the prisoners here didn't care. Who would come out to testify? Especially when they saw how ruthless Yang Ming was, they were afraid that he would retaliate against them afterward. Zhang Guanjiao also knew that these witnesses were basically the type of people who didn't know anything, so he didn't ask further. He just said to the few discipline masters behind him, "See if these people are seriously injured. Some of them are sent to the infirmary to be bandaged. Those who are fine are sent to the confinement room." Unexpectedly, Yang Ming and Bao Sanli were fine and were sent back to the prison. "Brother Bao, why did you say that Yu Xiangda bullied me?" Yang Ming asked with some doubts. Brother Yang, you just came here. You don't know the rules here. If it was because of fighting for seats, then both of us are responsible. If they bullied the newcomers and came to find trouble, then it was their responsibility. Otherwise, we would have to go to confinement tonight." Bao Sanli explained. "Then you aren't afraid that those people will complain about us after they wake up?" asked Yang Ming. "They can't. They will definitely suffer this silent loss. In the detention center, the prisoners solve the problem with their own strength. Whoever snitches will be looked down upon by all the prisoners. Unless Yu Xiangda doesn't want to stay here, otherwise, he won't do such a shameful thing. Bao Sanli laughed. Yang Ming also laughed. There is such a rule here. It seems that Yu Xiangda is unlucky. The next day, when they went to the cafeteria for breakfast, the people around Yang Ming consciously made a path for him wherever he went. Yang Ming was like a prison bully in a movie. In the past, in this detention center, Yu Xiangda and Bao Sanli were the leaders. They usually minded their own business. Who knew what Yu Xiangda ate yesterday and made a move on Bao Sanli's people? However, this move completely broke the balance of the situation. Now, the people in the detention center knew that there was a new, ruthless person called Yang Ming in Bao Sanli's cell. They subconsciously regarded him as the boss of the detention center. Since yesterday's incident, Bao Sanli's address to Yang Ming became Brother Yang, not to mention Qi Wenrui and Delay. Songjiang City Police Station. Officer Xia, I don't want to see that person again. Lin Jiyun shook her head. No, before we submit the case to the court, the last step is to confirm the identity of the suspect, said Xia Shui. But even if I go, I can't recognize him. At that time, he did that to me. I was so scared that I didn't dare to open my eyes. Then I fainted, said Lin Jiyun. It's okay. This is the procedure. You have to go through it. According to your case, the suspect was caught on the spot when he committed the crime. So, even if you can't recognize him, the court can still convict him. Xia Shui explained. So, Lin Jiyun, accompanied by Xia Shui and Chun Fei, came to the detention center of the Songjiang City Police Station. Yang Ming. Come out. Zhang Guan opened the door of the detention center and said to Yang Ming. After that, Yang Ming was taken to a room separated by glass. The glass was one way. The other side could see Yang Ming, but Yang Ming couldn't see the other side of the glass. Yang Ming had heard from Bao Sanli before that, as long as he was taken out and identified, it wouldn't be long before he went to court. Yang Ming hoped that this day would come sooner. Instead of staying here, it was better to stay in prison. Going to prison was one day less, but staying here was a waste of time. It wasn't counted in the sentence at all. Why is it him? When Lin Jiyun saw Yang Ming on the other side of the glass, she couldn't help but scream. Chapter 44. Did you recognize him? Xia Shui thought that Lin Jiyun remembered. Lin Jiyun nodded. Her heart was like a bottle of mixed feelings. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty all rushed into her heart. How could it be him? Lin Jiyun couldn't believe her eyes. I sold myself to him for 3,000 yuan, but he gave me more than 4,000 yuan. Not only did he not want me, but he also advised me not to go to that kind of place again. He's a good person. How could he rape me? He didn't even want what I sent to him, but he wanted to rape me? Lin Jiyun was puzzled. It's either a mistake, or this person has a problem with his brain. That day, the person who did that to me, is it this person? Lin Jiyun thought that the identification procedure here was the same as in the movies. First, a few people who had nothing to do with the case were found to distract the line of sight. Yes, is there a problem? Chun Fei just sensed that Lin Jiyun seemed to know Yang Ming. In this way, it may be beneficial to Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Suddenly, she remembered what Xia Shui said to her. Yang Ming was framed. At that time, she was very angry and didn't care about what Xia Shui said. Now that she thought about it, Lin Jiyun remembered. I see. Lin Jiyun nodded. At this time, she looked at Yang Ming's eyes and became more pleasing to the eye. That's right. He is obviously a good person. Originally, before she met Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun had cursed this man countless times for bringing her painful memories that could never be erased. But after she saw Yang Ming, she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she was worried about Yang Ming. She heard that he was still a student. Because of this matter, if he was sentenced, what would happen to him in the future? Captain Chun, I want to ask. Lin Jiyun clenched her teeth and finally asked what was in her heart. Yang Ming, can he not be sentenced? What did you say? Not be sentenced? Xia Shui was stunned. She was somewhat inexplicable. Lin Jiyun, what are you talking about? I mean, can you let him go? Lin Jiyun whispered. Lin Jiyun, if you want to give up, it's not too late now. Before the judicial process, this is your right. Chen Fei looked at Lin Jiyun and said, but why are you doing this? Although Chen Fei also wanted Yang Ming to be fine, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, he had to be responsible for the victim. I am his girlfriend. Lin Jiyun hesitated for a long time and finally squeezed out such a sentence. She didn't want to reveal the fact that she had sold herself. That would be too embarrassing. That's enough reason. In other words, you didn't know that the person you were having sex with was your boyfriend. Was this all a misunderstanding? Chen Fei asked. Lin Jiyun nodded firmly. All right, Xia Shui, take her back and change her statement. Then, we can release Yang Ming. Chen Fei sighed. If he knew this would happen, he would have let Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming meet before. Although Chen Fei knew that Lin Jiyun's reason was far-fetched, the victim had already decided so. Why should he be so nosy? Moreover, Chen Fei could see from Lin Jiyun's expression that she and Yang Ming definitely knew each other before. Maybe they liked each other. Thinking of this, Chen Fei was relieved. There is one more thing. Can you give me the bedsheet as evidence? Lin Jiyun said to Chen Fei with some embarrassment. Chen Fei was stunned. Then he understood with a smile. Okay, let Xia Shui get it for you later. Xia Shui also nodded with a smile. She also understood that girls valued their first time. The blood on the bedsheet was the proof of a woman's first time. Walking out of the police station, Lin Jiyun only felt relaxed. The haze of the past few days was swept away. In the end, she decided not to see Yang Ming. Although she could use this matter to get close to Yang Ming, she wasn't the kind of person who would ask for credit and rewards. Moreover, she felt that this was what Yang Ming deserved. He had spent the money, so he didn't owe her anything at all. Even if Lin Jiyun had some feelings for Yang Ming, she didn't want to let Yang Ming take any responsibility for her because of this matter. She felt that she was a girl who had been sold. She was no longer a decent person. She wasn't worthy of Yang Ming. My girlfriend? Yang Ming couldn't understand. When did I have a girlfriend? Even if I had a girlfriend, it would be Chun Mingyan. Could she be Suya? It's even more impossible. Yang Ming recalled the appearance of the girl. Although he couldn't remember clearly when he was drunk, it was definitely not Suya. Unless Suya had plastic surgery. Out of the gate of the detention center, Yang Ming still didn't understand. It seemed that this question could only be asked by Captain Chun. Yang Ming didn't expect to be released after a day in the detention center. When he left, Bao Sanli was a little reluctant. He really regarded Yang Ming as a good brother. Yang Ming had to promise him that he would keep in touch after he was released. For people like Bao Sanli, Yang Ming didn't dislike them. Once upon a time, he was like them, extorting, fighting, and almost committing murder and arson. Yang Ming firmly believed that everyone who came out to mingle had their own reasons, and they all had their own hardships. If they had any other choice, they wouldn't have taken this dangerous path. Some people did it to vent, some did it to eat. Of course, there were some little brats who felt that it was impressive to come out, but that was another story. When he came to the detention center, Yang Ming came in the police car. Now that he was out of the detention center, he could only take the bus. But the key problem was that Yang Ming didn't have any money. There was no other way. Yang Ming could only walk to the city. The detention center was in the suburbs. There was no possibility of hitchhiking. Just as Yang Ming was complaining, a police car stopped next to Yang Ming. The window of the police car rolled down, and Chun Fei stuck his head out. Come on, Yang Ming. I will send you back. Captain Chun? Yang Ming was surprised, but he couldn't help but be deeply moved. He and Captain Chun were unrelated, but Captain Chun valued him so much. Come on up quickly. After I send you back, I have to go back to the station. I knew that no one was coming to pick you up, so I rushed over. Chun Fei smiled. Thank you, Captain Chun. Yang Ming nodded and stepped into the police car. Chapter 45. Captain Chun, why was I suddenly acquitted? Yang Ming asked in confusion. What happened to the girlfriend you mentioned on the phone? Tell me the truth. Do you know the girl you forced yourself on that day? Captain Chun asked. She seemed a bit familiar, but I didn't know her. Yang Ming said truthfully. Chun Fei nodded and said, "She originally came to identify you. After seeing you, she suddenly wanted to withdraw the lawsuit and said that you were her boyfriend." "I am her boyfriend." Yang Ming couldn't understand. "What is her name?" "Lin Jiyun." Chun Fei replied. "You really don't know her?" Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't know anyone with this name. The surname Lin was rare. Yang Ming didn't even meet someone with this surname in kindergarten. "What does she do? Where does she live? I'll go and ask her." Yang Ming really couldn't figure out why Lin Jiyun changed her mind at the last minute. "Sorry, the police can't provide you with this." Chun Fei shook his head. Yang Ming smiled understandingly. He knew that if they didn't have the victim's permission, they wouldn't reveal these privacy issues. "Young man, I believe that after this experience, you have grown up a lot. Be careful in the future. Don't fall for other people's tricks. This society is very complicated," Chun Fei said to Yang Ming when they arrived at Yang Ming's neighborhood. "I understand, Captain Chun. Thank you, really." Yang Ming bowed to Chun Fei after he got off the car. "Young man, call me Uncle Chun. Although I have a good impression of you, I don't want to see you in the police station again." Chun Fei smiled and waved to Yang Ming. He started the car. "Got it, Uncle Chun." Yang Ming hesitated and then said to Chun Fei, "Uncle Chun, I have something to ask of you." "Ha, young man, what is it?" "Tell me. Since you call me Uncle Chun, then Uncle Chun will definitely help you if I can." Chun Fei smiled. "It's like this, Uncle Chun." Yang Ming told Chun Fei about what happened to Fong Tian in the detention center. "Really? If that's the case, then it's our oversight. This is not me helping you, but you helping us discover the problem," Chun Fei said with a solemn expression. "After I go back, I will immediately investigate this matter from beginning to end." Yang Ming knew that Chun Fei was a serious and responsible person, so he was relieved. After watching Chun Fei's car drive out of the neighborhood, he turned around and went upstairs. When Yang Ming reached the door, he realized that he didn't have a key. Before he went to the detention center, he gave his father his change, keys, and Zippo lighter. With a tentative attitude, Yang Ming knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Yang Ming's father's voice came from inside. "Dad, it's me. Open the door." Yang Ming replied. "Gee." The security door was opened. Yang's father looked at his son in front of him with doubt. Then he looked behind him for a long time and said, "Where is the police?" "What police?" Yang Ming was stunned by the question. How did his father know that it was the police who sent him back? "Then how did you come back? You escaped from prison?" Yang's father looked at Yang Ming for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask, "Escape from prison?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, have you watched too many American dramas? How can it be so easy to escape from prison? Besides, why would I want to escape from prison? I was released." "Released you? Aren't they afraid that you would escape?" Yang's father thought that the police gave Yang Ming a break so that he could come back to see his family. "Dad, why would I escape? I was released," Yang Ming explained. "Released? How is that possible?" Yang's father obviously didn't believe it. "Dad, don't stand at the door. Let's talk inside. If the neighbors saw this, they would wonder what happened." Yang Ming pushed his father into the house. "Okay, then I'll see how you explain it to me. If there is any loophole, I will personally send you back to the police station." Yang's father nodded. After entering the house, Yang Ming poured himself a big glass of water, then sat on the sofa and told Yang's father what happened. "You said that the girl suddenly withdrew the charges?" Yang's father was surprised and asked why. "Dad, even Uncle Chun, who was in charge of the case, didn't understand why." Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. "So, maybe the girl knew that you were framed and couldn't bear to let you go to prison?" Yang's father guessed. "It's possible." Yang Ming nodded because he couldn't think of any other possibilities. "AI, what good girl?" "Big Ming, do you know where the girl is from? You have already treated her like this. How do you want her to marry in the future? I think you should look for the girl. I will discuss with her family and arrange a marriage between the two of you. It's also considered as giving her an explanation." Yang's father sighed. Yang's father still had the thought of the older generation. He thought that if a girl was taken by another boy, she wouldn't be able to marry in the future. He didn't know what era it was now. How could there be so much talk? According to the current situation, the girl was obviously avoiding Yang Ming. Maybe she didn't like him. Dad, it's not that I don't want to look for her, but she didn't leave any contact information. I asked Captain Chun, but he didn't tell me because these are all confidential, Yang Ming said with a bit of depression. How could he not want to know who the girl was? If possible, Yang Ming also wanted to compensate her. Well, if that's the case, I won't say anything more. Big Ming, you've grown up now. You should know what is called responsibility. Since you did something wrong, then you should take responsibility. Now, this girl named Lin Jiyun may not need anything, but no matter what day it is in the future, if she needs something and finds you, then you must help her as much as possible. Can you do this? Yang's father looked at Yang Ming and said word by word, I can. Yang Ming nodded solemnly. This was Yang Ming's first promise after becoming a man. Chapter 46. In the afternoon, Yang Ming went out to take a shower. This was what he learned from the movies. After being released from prison, one had to take a shower to wash away the bad luck on his body. Although he was released from the detention center, it was almost the same. Yang's father knew that Yang Ming was fine. His heart was relieved. In the afternoon, he took half a day off from the factory and went to the market to buy some fish. He was ready to welcome Yang Ming in the evening. Mother Yang, who was working in the street community, was relieved after receiving a call from Yang's father. In the past few days, Mother Yang wasn't very happy at work because of her son. Even her colleagues noticed that something was wrong with her. They kept asking her if something happened at home. However, Yang Ming was caught by the police. How could Mother Yang tell others such a shameful thing? She also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden for a long time. However, she would hide it for as long as possible. Now that she knew that her son was acquitted, Mother Yang was relieved. Her smile returned to her face. Mother Yang was a laid-off worker. After she was laid off, the street community arranged for her to be a temporary worker in the community to take care of her. Her place wasn't like Yang's father's factory, where she could ask for leave. Here, the salary was calculated according to the working hours. In other words, if she asked for leave, her salary would be deducted. Therefore, Mother Yang could only go home at night. Yang Ming saw that his happy parents prepared a big table of food for him. He felt a little sorry in his heart. It was obvious that he made a mistake, but they were still so good to him. Big Ming, come and eat. Child's mother, don't be busy. Wash the pot after we finish eating. Yang's father greeted loudly. Dad, Mom, I made you worry. I'm sorry, Yang Ming said with some sadness. Silly child, what are you sorry for? You didn't apologize to us, but to Lin Jiyun. Mother Yang smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Your dad told me. Originally, I had the same idea as your dad. I was thinking of going to see that girl, but since Lin Jiyun didn't want to see us, then forget it. However, you have to always remember that you are sorry to her. Mom, you don't have to tell me. I understand. Yang Ming felt that in just a few days, he seemed to have matured a lot. He had a deeper view of people and things. Mother Yang shook her head and lovingly said, All right, let's eat. You have been in the detention center for the past 2 days, so you certainly haven't eaten anything good. I heard that the food supply in there is very little. Many prisoners fight over food, especially someone like you, who has just been there. It's already good to have something to eat. Yang Ming was drinking soup. When he heard his mother's funny words, he almost spat it out. Mom, who did you hear this from? It turns out that when we were in the countryside, our neighbor's second brother Chu's father had been sent to prison. I heard it from him. Mother Yang thought for a moment and said, Chu Lauer, how old is his father? Yang Ming asked. He should be almost 90 years old this year. Mother Yang felt a little strange. Big Ming, why are you asking so much? Come on, Mom. His father is almost 90 years old this year. Did he say that it happened during the Republic of China or the Qing dynasty? Although the food in the detention center is a little bad, it's still not a problem to fill one's stomach. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Indeed, although there were prisoners fighting over food in the detention center, they were fighting over some good things, such as steamed buns. The quantity of these things was limited. It was impossible for everyone to have it. Those who didn't get it still had other food to fill their stomachs, such as porridge and the like. However, Yang Ming and Bao Sanli were together. In addition, Yang Ming beat up Yuxianga that night. Their group was like a prison bully, who dared to snatch food from their hands. Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's explanation and knew that the example she gave was a little too far. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Isn't Mom just concerned about you?" So, the family finished the dinner in a very harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Yang Ming didn't wait for Mother Yang to get up. He took the initiative to clean up the dishes. "Big Ming, how come I haven't seen you so diligent in a few days?" Mother Yang was a little surprised by Yang Ming's action, but at the same time, the expression on her face was very gratified. Usually, Yang Ming would lift his butt and leave every time dinner was served. He never took the initiative to clean up the dishes. "Mom, I have grown up. I should share more of your burden." When Yang Ming said this, he felt a little ashamed. It seemed that he was a little unreasonable before. Otherwise, how could he take the initiative to do some housework and make his mother so happy? In fact, Yang Ming was purely used to it. In the detention center, the bowls and chopsticks had to be cleaned up by themselves. Then, they were placed in several large buckets. "Okay, Mom knows your intentions. Mom will do these. Your most important task now is to study and get Mom into a good university. This is more important than anything else." Mother Yang smiled and took the bowl and chopsticks in Yang Ming's hand. "You haven't been to school for a few days. You must have fallen behind a lot of homework. Hurry up and go back to your room to study. By the way, Miss Zhao called yesterday and asked why you haven't been to school for 2 days. Is there something wrong? I only said that you were sick. By the way, Yang Ming, you can't leave a criminal record for this matter, right? The school can't know about it, right? A criminal record would definitely not be left." Since Lin Jiyun had withdrawn the lawsuit, the police would definitely close the case. Chun Fei also didn't want to have a criminal record, but the school. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. It was reasonable to say that the school couldn't know about this matter. But what about Wang Jitao? Would he spread the news everywhere? After all, he was the one who started all this. His purpose was to ruin his image in front of Chun Mengyan. If he told this to the school, would the school expel him? "Big Ming, what's wrong with you?" Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming, who was frowning and pondering. She asked with some concern. "Oh, nothing." Yang Ming pretended to be fine and smiled. His parents didn't know about Wang Jitao's matter. Yang Ming didn't want them to know that he was framed because of a woman. So, when he was in the detention center, Yang Ming told them very vaguely. He only said that an enemy from a previous fight wanted to retaliate against him. Now that he thought about it carefully, was this matter really over? Would Wang Jitao give up? Definitely not. He could use such a sinister move. Yang Ming didn't doubt that Wang Jitao would do something worse. Chapter 47. "Oh yeah, Big Ming, there was a girl who called us 2 days ago looking for you. She called twice." Mother Yang pretended to suddenly remember and said to Yang Ming, but she was secretly paying attention to the changes in Yang Ming's expression. "A girl?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Who is it?" Yang Ming had never had a girl call him before. How could he not be surprised? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming's surprised expression. It didn't seem like he was faking it, so she was relieved. As a mother, how could she not be suspicious of a girl who had called her son twice in a row? Now that Yang Ming was at a critical moment in his life, it wouldn't be good if his studies were delayed because of early love. She said that her name is Chun Mengyan. She's your classmate. Mother Yang said with relief. "Chun Mengyan? Sure enough, it's her." Yang Ming's words made Mother Yang, who was relieved, nervous again. But the next words made Mother Yang feel relieved. "She is the study commissary in our class. She is the one who has been helping me with my studies. It turned out to be like this. Then you should call her quickly. She must have seen that you didn't go to class, so she asked you what happened." Mother Yang nodded. In her opinion, the study commissary was the best student in the class. As for her son, even if she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that Yang Ming was indeed a bad student. How could a good student and a bad student fall in love together? When she heard that she was helping Yang Ming with his studies, Mother Yang naturally thought that this must be the school's one gang, one study group. Okay. Yang Ming's heart was beating like a drum. Did Wang Jitao tell Qin Mingyan about me? So she called? Otherwise, why didn't she call when I was skipping classes? However, although he was worried, Yang Ming still found the class address book and dialed Chun Mingyan's home phone number. Yang Ming had to figure out what was going on. If Wang Jitao really told the truth, then he could think of a countermeasure in advance and see how to explain it to the school. Hello, who are you looking for? The call was connected, and a man's voice came from the other side. Hello, I'm looking for Chun Mingyan. When Yang Ming heard that the other party was a man, he was stunned at first, but why did the voice sound a little familiar? Could it be Chun Mingyan's father? Okay, wait a moment, the man said. After a while, Chun Mingyan's voice came from the phone. Hello, Mingyan, it's me. Yang Ming thought that Chun Mingyan's parents were really open-minded. When a boy called, he didn't even ask who it was. You still know to call me. When Chun Mingyan heard Yang Ming's voice, she was immediately a little excited. This guy actually skipped class for 2 days and didn't tell me in advance, causing me to be distracted several times in class to look back at his seat. When the words came out, Chun Mingyan felt that her tone was a little ambiguous. She looked back at her parents who were watching TV on the sofa. When she saw that they didn't notice her, she was relieved. The phone wasn't visible, so Yang Ming didn't see Chun Mingyan's angry face at this time. When he heard Chun Mingyan's cold humph, his heart almost jumped out. Did she already know? Yang Ming was a little speechless and didn't know what to say. What you? Last time, you skipped a day of class for no reason. This time, you skipped 2 days of class for no reason, Chun Mingyan said with some anger. But in her heart, she thought, you skipped 3 days and 2 days to dry the net. You want to enter the same university as me? Are you dreaming? 2 days? I went in for a total of 4 days. Right, the day of the accident was Saturday. So in Chun Mingyan's view, it was only 2 days. Skipping class for no reason? In other words, Chun Mingyan didn't know what he was doing. It seemed that Wang Jitao didn't spread this matter. Sorry, I was sick. I was on an intravenous drip in the hospital for 2 days. Yang Ming could only explain. You were sick? Is it serious? Really, I called your house, and your mother told me vaguely. She didn't tell me where you were. It turned out that you were in the hospital. What's there to hide? When Chun Mingyan heard that he didn't skip class on purpose, the resentment in her heart disappeared. My mother almost misunderstood you as my girlfriend. How could she tell you? Yang Ming smiled and said, Right, was it your father who answered the phone? Yeah, why? Chun Mingyan said, I was wondering why your mother was so mysterious. She was afraid that I would look for you. That's because my mother didn't see what you looked like. If she saw that you were so beautiful, she would definitely change her mind and ask you to be the daughter-in-law of our Yang family. Yang Ming joked, so he's your father who you dream of being good-looking, but his voice is quite manly. Go to hell. My father is much more handsome than you. Chun Mingyan said angrily. That means you only denied the second point and acquiesced to the first point I said? Yang Ming smiled slyly. What's the first point? Chun Mingyan didn't understand Yang Ming's words. It means that you will be the daughter-in-law of our Yang family. Yang Ming continued to tease. Now he knew that Wang Jitao didn't say anything about him, so his mood was better. You are so annoying. What are you talking about? My family is not far away. Don't talk nonsense. Chun Mingyan said angrily. She wasn't angry. Yang Ming's heart was about to burst with joy. If a woman can accept a man's words to her, it means that the woman doesn't reject the man in her heart. That means I can talk nonsense when your family isn't here? Yang Ming asked quickly. If you continue to be like this, I will really ignore you, Chun Mingyan said seriously. After that, she was afraid that her words were too harsh, so she added, I have said that everything will wait until I am admitted to university, and you have promised me. I hope you can do it. Yang Ming was happy. He had X-ray vision and telescopic vision. Wouldn't it be easy and happy to be admitted to university? But on the surface, he still said faintly, Well, you can rest assured. I will definitely be admitted to the same university as you. What about you? Me? What about me? Chun Mingyan was flustered by Yang Ming's question. Chapter 48. That's what you promised me. Be my girlfriend when you go to university? Yang Ming laughed. I only said that I would give you a chance. Don't talk nonsense. Okay, I won't talk about it. You have to come to school tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll cancel the chance. I'm hanging up. Chun Mingyan felt that her heart was going to jump out of her throat. She didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore and quickly hung up the phone. She patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that her parents weren't paying attention to her, she quietly went back to her room. At this time, Father Chun and Mother Chun, who were watching TV in the living room, looked at each other. They each took out a small earplug device from their ears. Wife, we are breaking the law. Father Chun shook his head and said, according to Article 69 of the Protection of Minors Law, we are eavesdropping on a child's privacy. Hey, little Yin is in a relationship, and you still have the mood to talk about this. She's almost 18 and will be an adult soon. Besides, what's wrong with eavesdropping? I'm her mother. What's wrong with eavesdropping? She's my flesh and blood. What privacy is there? Mother Chun said angrily. Father Chun shook his head. Mother Chun's statement was in line with the thoughts of most parents. They thought that in their eyes, their child shouldn't have any privacy. This was also the so-called even an honest official can't solve a family dispute. Although Father Chun didn't support Mother Chun's action, when Mother Chun suggested to eavesdrop on the child's phone call, he didn't object. Early relationship? I don't think so. Didn't little Yin say so? Wait until she gets into university. This shows that she's a child who knows her limits. What else do we have to worry about? Father Chun spread his hands and said calmly, but what if it affects her studies? Why don't you go to little Yan's school tomorrow and talk to her class teacher? Mother Chun said worriedly, I can't go. I can't go. You can't go either. There are only 2 months left until the university entrance exam. If you get involved, it'll be bad if the child has some conflicting emotions. From the looks of it now, these two children just have a good impression of each other. Nothing has happened yet, so how could it affect their studies? Papa Chun shook his head and said, besides, Xiao Yan's results for the past few months haven't dropped at all. You are right. I was too impulsive. Fortunately, you reminded me. Mother Chun nodded and said, right? Who was the boy who called Xiao Yan? Didn't you hear it too? He didn't say anything on the phone, so how would I know? Do you think I'm Detective D. Renjia? Papa Chan made a helpless expression and pointed at D. Renjia 3 that was playing on the TV. I'm just afraid that little Yin is a girl and will suffer some losses. Mother Chun said with some worry. Why don't you think about what her father does? Who dares to bully our little Yin? Papa Chun laughed. I won't bully you. What are you touching? Xiao Yin isn't asleep yet. Mother Chun pushed Father Chun in a panic. You only know how to bully me. Yang Ming hung up the phone. His heart was happy. When he turned around, he found that his mother was standing behind him. He was shocked. Mom, why are you here? Why are you appearing and disappearing like a ghost? What's wrong with me standing here? Mother Yang glared at Yang Ming. Why? Are you afraid that I will hear you on the phone? That's not it. How can it be? Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. Then I will go back to my room to study. And go ahead. I am considering whether to change my mind and let you find a daughter-in-law for the Yang family. Mother Yang said lightly. Yang Ming's right foot almost stepped on his left foot. Mom, Yang Ming knew that his mother heard the phone call just now. Go and study. If you don't work hard to get into university, how can you find a daughter-in-law for me? Mother Yang waved her hand and stopped Yang Ming from explaining himself. I got it. Thank you for your understanding. Yang Ming quickly kissed Mother Yang's face. Mom, I love you. Yang Ming was very glad that he had an open-minded mother. In fact, what he didn't know was that it was true that he had an open-minded father. This child. Mother Yang shook her head and then said to Yang's father, who was watching TV on the sofa, Old Yang, why don't you let me criticize my son? We have seen Big Ming's current results. Why do you still want to criticize him? Speaking up to this point, Father Yang paused for a moment and then sighed. Wasn't that incident from 5 years ago enough of a blow to the great Ming Empire? Do we still want to give him another blow? Mother Yang was stunned and immediately understood what Yang's father was referring to. Mother Yang remembered the photo that was still in Yang Ming's bookshelf. The person in the photo was Suya. The next day, Yang Ming came to school very early and met Wang Jitao's driver who was driving him. He just got off the car. "Hey, Yang Ming." Wang Jitao greeted Yang Ming cordially as if they were two old friends meeting. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao, who was very friendly to him. He felt inexplicable in his heart. It can't be right. What the hell is going on? What's wrong, buddy? Don't you recognize me? Wang Jitao patted Yang Ming's shoulder. I thought you couldn't come today. Sure enough, this kid didn't have good intentions. He exposed himself in just 2.5 sentences. He was mocking me. Yang Ming said coldly. Yeah, are you surprised? I was a little surprised, ha. Wang Jitao laughed. You admit it? Yang Ming asked. Admit? What are you talking about? Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming in shock. What did I admit? Didn't you say it yourself? You were surprised. Yang Ming sneered. I was surprised. That's right. You drank so much that day. I thought you would sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. Wang Jitao nodded. But what does this have to do with whether I admit it or not? What did you do when I was drunk that day? Yang Ming asked suddenly. Me? I didn't do anything. I saw you were so drunk that you didn't even wake up when I called you. So I paid the bill. Then, I asked the waiter to get you a room to rest. After that, I left first. Could it be that the waiter blackmailed you and said I didn't pay the bill? Wang Jitao slapped his thigh and shouted. What happened? Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao. His actions and tone didn't have the slightest pretense. Could it be that the incident that day wasn't done by him, but by someone else? Yesterday, Yang Ming was still wondering why Wang Jitao didn't announce his arrest. Looking at him today, could it be that it wasn't him? But there was no reason. Yang Ming felt that it was obviously Wang Jitao. Besides him, no one had any deep hatred with him. Chapter 49. In fact, Wang Jitao already knew that Yang Ming would come to school today. Yesterday, he had already learned from Zhang Biao that Yang Ming was actually released. The situation at that time was like this. Wang Jitao was holding the photos taken the day before yesterday and thinking about how to release them at a suitable time. Zhang Biao's phone call came in. Young master, a friend of mine, sent news from the police station. Yang Ming was acquitted. What? Acquitted? Wang Jitao almost dropped the phone after hearing it. Yang Ming's rape of a girl was already a done deal. How could he be acquitted? Could it be that his family had a strong background? Yes, it was said that the girls suddenly wanted to close the case, so the police station released Yang Ming. Zhang Biao said, Damn it. Wang Jitao smashed the phone against the wall, breaking it into 2 pieces. He muttered angrily, You're fucking fine after doing this to you? Damn it, that little bitch. I don't know what benefits Yang Ming gave her, but she actually took the initiative to close the case. Wang Jitao was angry, but he also knew that he couldn't bring down Yang Ming this time. Now, his only hope was on these photos. The reason why these photos were not taken out these days was not because Wang Jitao didn't want to take them out, but because Yang Ming's case had not been settled yet. If he released the photos first, it would be easy for people to guess that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Although he could explain that he took the photos by accident, it would easily cause trouble. Even if his family was very powerful, if the police insisted on this matter, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Wang Jitao put the photos into the drawer, closed his eyes, and pondered. How can I use these photos to get the most out of them? Hand them over to the school? Let's not talk about whether the school would believe it or not. Even if the school believed it, the school would definitely contact the police department to confirm. When the time came, the police department would just say that it was a misunderstanding. Then, it wouldn't bring any negative impact to Yang Ming at all. Instead, the police would follow the vine and find the melon. Wang Jitao didn't want to get himself into trouble. At that time, not only would he not be able to get Yang Ming, but he would also make Chen Mengyan feel that he was despicable. That would really be a double loss. After much consideration, Wang Jitao came up with a brilliant idea. That was to secretly give the photo to Chen Mengyan. Why did he try so hard to mess with Yang Ming? Wasn't it all because of Chen Mengyan? If he showed the photo to Chen Mengyan, With Chun Mingyin's character, she would definitely not publicize this matter. In this way, his goal would be achieved. With a decision, Wang Jitao's heart was happy again. In this case, tomorrow he would pretend that nothing happened and continue to maintain a good relationship with Yang Ming. Then, when he was unprepared, he would give him a fatal blow. Therefore, there was this scene this morning. "You are here." Chun Mingyin stood in front of Yang Ming with a smile. "Oh, it's Mu Guiying." Although Yang Ming was troubled by Wang Jitao's matter, in front of the beauty, he still teased her. "Mu Guiying?" Chun Mingyin was stunned. "This Yang Ming is too weird, right? What relationship do I have with Mu Guiying?" "Yeah, Mu Guiying is the daughter-in-law of the Yang family." Yang Ming said seriously. "The daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Yang Ming, go to hell." Chun Mingyin threw a stack of papers in her hand at Yang Ming's head. "What is this?" Yang Ming looked at the papers scattered on the table and asked. "The papers are given out these 2 days. I left you a copy of each paper. You can do it yourself later. After you're done, give it to me. I will check it for you." Chun Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "Don't talk nonsense in the future." "Okay, I am leaving. I have to go to class." Yang Ming looked at Chun Mingyin's back and smiled playfully. "Is this girl really interested in me? Damn, I am too strong. I am really like the male lead in those YY novels." After obtaining special abilities, they immediately become awesome. However, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with special abilities. Yes, it is a problem of mentality. Originally, Yang Ming felt that he was not good enough for Chun Mingyin. But now, Yang Ming felt that he was one of a kind. With a different mentality, the results of the things he did were also different. Yang Ming looked at the papers in his hand. He knew that whether he did it or not had no effect on his grades. His grades came from the contact lenses. It had nothing to do with whether he worked hard or not. But even so, Yang Ming still treated these papers as a mock exam. Of course, it could also be considered as mock cheating. Yang Ming put a few related textbooks on the table and started to answer the papers. For the conceptual questions in front, Yang Ming could almost find the answers in the books. The most difficult one was the calculation questions. So, Yang Ming simply gave up. This was not a real exam. During a real exam, Yang Ming could totally copy others. As for the math paper, Yang Ming did not copy. He answered it completely based on his own ability. During this period of time, with Zhao Ying's tutoring and Chun Mingyin's study, Yang Ming's math knowledge had caught up. He had learned all the high school textbooks. So, in every exam, Yang Ming's math results were the most realistic. Yang Ming was not a stupid person. As long as he was willing to learn, there was basically nothing that he could not learn. Yang Ming answered the questions on the papers with ease. Even the final comprehensive questions at the end were quickly answered by Yang Ming with his own ability. The whole morning was spent in a sea of questions. At noon, Yang Ming finished the papers and handed them to Chun Mingyin. Then, he went home for lunch. "Yang Ming, where are you going for lunch?" "My treat?" Yang Ming walked out of the school gate. He saw Wang Jitao coming from behind. "I'm going home for lunch." Yang Ming suddenly felt that Wang Jitao was very hypocritical. Although Yang Ming did not have enough evidence to prove whether he was the culprit, he was sure that Wang Jitao did not have good intentions. Moreover, Yang Ming was also very sure that the incident was done by Wang Jitao. Yang Ming did not believe that a person like Wang Jitao would have a conscience. A villain will always be a villain. So, from a morning until now, Yang Ming had been perfunctory with him. "But since you are pretending to be confused with me, then I will just pretend that I don't know. Aren't you willing to play the infernal affairs? I will play with you until the end. Let's see who can play who to death in the end." However, Yang Ming also knew that his current strength could not compete with Wang Jitao. Although he had special abilities, he could not do whatever he wanted. So, Yang Ming had been enduring for a while. When he was in the outside world, Yang Ming learned this. In the face of a stronger enemy, if he fought with him, it would be a dead end. But if he pretended to be an idiot, the opponent would feel that there was no threat and could play him to death at any time. In this way, he would have the opportunity to accumulate strength and give a fatal blow to the enemy. If that's the case, then forget it. Another day, Wang Jitao did not insist. He waved to Yang Ming and got into a Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. Chapter 50. Yang Ming returned to his neighborhood, as usual. He opened the anti-theft door and went up the stairs. But when he came to his own floor, he couldn't help but be stunned. The anti-theft door of his house was wide open. This made Yang Ming immediately alert. Usually, the door of his house was never wide open. Even on a hot summer day, there wasn't such a situation. The relationship between neighbors in the city and in the countryside was different. In the countryside, almost all the people living in the village knew each other, and they rarely closed their doors. But it was different in the city. In the city, even if the neighbors lived in the same building, they rarely interacted with each other. At most, they would nod when they met, and when they returned home, their doors would be closed. There are thieves. This was Yang Ming's first thought. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless. He quickly used his X-ray vision to check the situation in the house. In Yang Ming's house, there were two men looking for something. The living room was turned into a mess. Now, they were in Yang Ming's parents' room. The two of them talked from time to time. Because they were too far away, Yang Ming couldn't hear what they were saying. Yang Ming regretted it. He had already suffered such a loss once. Why didn't he learn his lesson? If he knew this, he would have gone to the bookstore to buy a book on lip reading for the deaf and mute school. It was too late to regret now. Yang Ming could only carefully observe the two of them. Logically, at this time, Yang Ming's father should be at home preparing lunch for Yang Ming. Why wasn't he at home today? Coincidentally, there were thieves in the house. But Yang Ming couldn't care so much now. If his father was at home, he would be even more scared. Looking at the two burly thieves, his father was definitely no match for them. Yang Ming didn't dare to relax. Although he was considered a veteran, who could guarantee that these two thieves weren't fugitives like Ji Shuisheng? If it was any other time, Yang Ming would definitely not be as nervous as he was now. To him, fighting was a common occurrence. He could easily face people like Ji Shuisheng. Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he run? But now it was different. These two guys were stealing from his home. Yang Ming was very clear about his family's financial situation. They only had tens of thousands of yuan in savings, a few thousand yuan in cash in the drawer, and the gold ring that his mother gave him on their 10th wedding anniversary. If the two of them looted everything, it was easy to imagine the situation at home. They might fall into a desperate situation. Yang Ming didn't care much about money, but what about his parents? Yang Ming didn't dare to imagine how big of a blow it would be to the family if they lost the money. Yang Ming's first thought was to call the police, but he didn't have a cell phone, and he didn't dare to go downstairs to call the public phone. He was afraid that if he left, the two people would leave too. It could be said that this was the first time Yang Ming had such a feeling of facing a formidable enemy. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could casually give a few thousand yuan to a girl he didn't know, but now he had to rack his brains on how to protect the family's property. When Yang Ming thought of the girl, a few fragments seemed to flash through his mind, but they were very vague, so he couldn't capture them. But now wasn't the time to think about this. The key problem was how to solve the problem in front of him. Yang Ming was nervous, but the two people in the house were even more nervous. For them, this was the first time that they stole from someone else's house. Damn, where did old Yang hide the lottery ticket? We searched so many places, but we couldn't find it. One of the thieves anxiously cursed in his heart. Damn, where did old Yang hide the lottery ticket? We searched so many places, but we couldn't find it. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming was shocked and immediately looked around. He didn't see anyone else in the corridor. What happened? Was it an illusion? Just as he was thinking, another voice sounded. You lied to old Yang, saying that the leader wanted to talk to him. By now, you should know that you were lied to. Maybe you're on the way back. If you don't hurry, there won't be time. Along with this sentence, the two thieves in the house started to search even more crazily. But Yang Ming clearly saw that the two of them didn't say anything just now. What did he hear just now? He was sure that what he heard just now was definitely said by someone in the house. But they didn't say anything. Could it be? I can see their thoughts. With this thought, Yang Ming was suddenly excited. Ever since he wore this contact lens, all strange things seemed to be easy to explain. Yang Ming was excited because this contact lens could not only see far, see through things, and see in the dark, but it could also see other people's thoughts. This was simply a treasure. To confirm this shocking discovery, Yang Ming continued to observe the two people in the house. Sure enough, there were more voices that sounded in Yang Ming's mind. This time, Yang Ming could distinguish that there were two voices. They were definitely the thoughts of the two people in the house. There's nothing here. Fuck, this old Yang is really good at hiding things. A person's voice sounded. I don't know if there's enough time. If we still can't find it, we can only give up. Another voice sounded. Finally, I will look under the bed. If there's nothing, I will leave. Looks like I don't have the luck to be rich. Lottery ticket. Accompanying this voice, the person in the house also shouted, lottery ticket. Then he happily waved it in his hands. The two people in the house looked at each other and said something. But the voice that sounded in Yang Ming's mind was, hurry up and leave. Yang Ming saw the two thieves walking toward the door. He was afraid that they would notice him, so he quickly went up to the 5th floor. After they went downstairs, he quietly followed behind them. But strangely, after the two people walked out of the corridor, Yang Ming's mind didn't receive any more information. Could it be that they didn't think of anything? Yang Ming felt that it was strange. Yang Ming saw that they didn't steal anything from the house and only took a lottery ticket from under the bed, so he wasn't worried. Although Yang Ming didn't know why the two people stole the lottery ticket, Yang Ming knew that his father would never have spare money to buy such things. Yang Ming followed behind the two of them from a distance. These two people were obviously not professionals. They didn't realize that they were being watched at all. They were still chatting happily. Chapter 51. The two thieves came to the front of a bungalow, took out their keys, opened the door, and walked in. Yang Ming saw this opportunity and suddenly jumped over. The last thief was about to close the door when he suddenly felt a strong force pulling the door in the opposite direction. Before he could understand what was going on, the doorknob fell from his hand. He wanted to see what was going on, but he saw a fist that kept getting bigger in front of his eyes and finally hit his face. After that, there was a clear feeling of his brain shaking in his skull, and then slowly he didn't know anything. This was the effect that Yang Ming wanted. Although he was sure that he could handle these two guys, who would take the risk if he had a better chance. So Yang Ming used all his strength to hit the forehead of the thief who was about to close the door. Although Yang Ming's fist couldn't be considered an iron fist when he was boxing the entertainment city, he could easily hit the limit of 100 kilograms. However, Yang Ming didn't test the weight of his fist. He wasn't a professional boxer, and the biggest number in the entertainment city was 100. Even so, Yang Ming didn't think that this guy could get up after being hit in the head. The two of them dealt with one first, and the remaining one was much easier. Yang Ming could do whatever he wanted. Big brother, why did you close the door for so long? Let's discuss quickly and get the prize. The person who went in before impatiently walked out of the house. When he saw an unknown person standing in front of his door, he was shocked. You? Who are you? As soon as he said this, he saw his big brother who fell at the door. His expression immediately changed, and he shouted with a slightly panicked voice, "What are you doing?" "Burglary." "You. Don't come over. I'm going to call for help." Burglary? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the people who were burglary were you, right? However, Yang Ming saw his weak appearance and found it funny. He thought that he was a tough guy. What a waste of being so strong. Yang Ming thought that he was also very fierce, but he definitely wasn't as strong as Li Tianlan. Therefore, Yang Ming was even more certain that this was the first time these two had committed a crime. Call for help? Well, call the police and tell them that there are two thieves who have just finished stealing. Yang Ming joked. You? Who are you? How do you know? The expression of the person in front of him changed, and a murderous light appeared in his eyes. Fuck your mother. Go to hell. The person in front of him grabbed a screwdriver and forcefully stabbed at Yang Ming's lower abdomen. In the past, when Yang Ming fought, he never used a weapon. He hated people who used knives the most. Fighting only meant that you wanted to teach your opponent a lesson. Using a knife meant that you wanted to take his life. Yang Ming frowned and dodged the incoming attack. While he was still charging forward, Yang Ming kicked his lower body. Yang Ming usually didn't use such a sinister move, but to deal with this kind of person with a sharp weapon, Yang Ming didn't show any mercy. Pada! The screwdriver fell to the ground. The person in front of him squatted on the ground in pain. His hands were covering his crotch, and his mouth was moaning something. Take out the thing. Yang Ming didn't care if he was in pain or not. He pulled his hair and pulled him up and pressed him against the wall. What thing? The eyes of the person in front of him no longer had the previous fierceness. Instead, it was replaced by fear, deep fear. He can't know that I took the lottery ticket. Anyway, the lottery ticket is in Big Brother's trouser pocket. If I don't admit it, he can't do anything. Yang Ming was surprised to find that he could see his thoughts again. Humph. You must be thinking that if you don't admit it, I will think that you didn't take anything, right? Yang Ming sneered. The person in front of him nodded subconsciously and then quickly shook his head. He is tricking me. I can't expose myself. You think I'm tricking you? Yang Ming smiled and let go of him. Then, he took out a welfare lottery ticket from the trouser pocket of the person who was knocked out. While doing these things, Yang Ming had been paying attention to the person just now with the corner of his eyes. He was afraid that he would sneak attack him, but it seemed that this person was scared out of his wits. How'd he know? It's impossible. Now, I'll give you a chance. Tell me why you went to Yang Dehai's house to steal this lottery ticket. Yang Ming was sure that these two people must know his father. Otherwise, they wouldn't call him Old Yang. What are you talking about? I don't know. This lottery ticket was bought by my brother the day before yesterday. I don't know who Yang Dehai is. The person in front of him quibbled. How'd he know Yang Dehai? Who is he to Yang Dehai? My name is Yang Ming. I'm the son of Yang Ming. Yang Ming suddenly said. How did you know what I was thinking? The person in front of him looked at Yang Ming in horror. I guess because your eyes are deceiving me. Yang Ming certainly couldn't tell him his secret. Last chance. Tell me everything. Otherwise, I don't mind beating both of you up and handing you to the police. You still want to beat me up? The person was obviously shocked. Right, I don't mind telling you one thing. I just came out of the detention center. There are a lot of brothers inside. If you go in, they will greet you every day for me. Yang Ming threatened him. Are you sure you don't want to call the police? The person in front of him asked with trepidation. Do you think you have a choice? Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. Even if you don't say it, it's not a loss to me. You will still say it when you go to the police station. Okay, I will say it. The person in front of him knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. Even if he didn't say it now, how could he not say it when he went to the police station? Yang Ming nodded and signaled him to continue. My name is Zhang Xiulu. My brother is Zhang Xiufu. Both of us are workers in the Songjiang bus factory. We are in the same workshop as Yang Dehai. The day before yesterday, Master Yang asked my brother to help him get some money. The small grocery store in front of the door didn't give him money. He had no choice but to go to the lottery station opposite to buy a lottery ticket. Yang Ming listened to Zhang Xiulu's explanation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder. Otherwise, my father would definitely not buy a lottery ticket. After buying it, he would definitely throw it away. He wouldn't even know if it fell under the bed, because he didn't think he could win the lottery. Now it seemed that this lottery ticket was won. These two brothers saw the money and wanted to steal the lottery ticket. If that was the case, shouldn't he be thanking these two brothers? If it weren't for them, this lottery ticket would have been buried. Then you found out that this lottery ticket was won, so you want to take it for yourself. Am I right? Yang Ming continued his words. Chapter 52. Yes. Zhang Xiulu nodded dejectedly. I really can't compliment the character of you two brothers. My dad and you are colleagues in the same workshop. You actually came to steal. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xiulu with some disdain. According to his age, Yang Ming should call him uncle. He actually dared to do such a thing. We lied to Master Yang that the factory director was looking for him. At that time, the factory director was in a meeting, so he had to wait for a while. We took advantage of this time to come, Zhang Xiulu explained, and we discussed that we would only take the lottery ticket and not other things. Even if Master Yang found out that there was a thief in the house, he wouldn't investigate further if the things weren't lost. You thought very well. You knew that my dad would definitely not notice that there was a missing lottery ticket. Yang Ming nodded. Right. Where did you get the key to my house? Yang Ming remembered that they used the key to lock the door when they left. We took advantage of the fact that Master Yang wasn't paying attention and secretly matched it. Zhang Xiulu said, Give it to me. Yang Ming reached out his hand. Zhang Xiulu obediently took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Just this one? Yang Ming asked casually, but he didn't expect such a casual sentence to be so useful. Yes, yes. Zhang Xiulu quickly nodded and replied. There's another one in the top drawer of the cabinet. Wait for an opportunity to harm your house. Even if I don't steal things, I will soak your TV in the laundry tub. Who are you fooling? Yang Ming was furious. He kicked Zhang Xiulu and made him roll on the ground. Then he went to the cabinet and took another key from the top drawer. He sneered, You kept a spare one. Are you waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against my house? For example, soaking the TV in a laundry tub? Zhang Xiulu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He didn't believe that Yang Ming could know what he was thinking, but at least he felt that Yang Ming was not only violent, but also very smart. As long as he lied, he would be exposed. For the sake of my dad's face, today's matter is over. However, don't harbor any thoughts of revenge. If I find out that you're taking the opportunity to cause trouble for my father, don't blame me for being impolite. I am a person who has entered the palace twice, so I don't care about entering a few more times. You can think about it yourselves. Yang Ming put away the two keys and said coldly. Although Yang Ming felt that it wasn't a glorious thing to enter the police station, but to deal with such evil people, you have to be more evil than them. Only then will they be afraid of you. We wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiulu immediately nodded and promised. How did old Yang have such a ruthless son? I've never heard him mention it before. All right, I remember now. I heard that this kid was the leader of the hooligans in this area when he was in junior high. Is he really going to let us go? He won't take revenge on us in the future, right? Yang Ming knew that this time, he was really afraid of him. Don't talk about taking revenge on his father. He was most afraid of Yang Ming taking revenge on him. After knowing his thoughts, Yang Ming walked out of Zhang Xiulu's house with satisfaction. He walked quickly to his own house. He wanted to clean up the house before his father came back. Since the matter was solved, there was no need to let his father know that there was a thief in the house and worry. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from home. Yang Ming rushed back quickly. At this time, his father wasn't home yet. The factory director probably hadn't finished the meeting yet. His father was still waiting in his office. Yang Ming quickly put the things that Zhang Xiulu and Zhang Xiufu messed up. Because it was his own house, Yang Ming was very familiar with the location of things, so he finished everything quickly. Yang Ming took out the welfare lottery ticket. On it was the popular two-color ball game. Although he didn't know how much he won, it definitely wouldn't be a few million. He didn't hear that there was a first prize in this two-color ball game. Yang Ming took out the phone book and found the automatic inquiry station of the Provincial Lottery Center. He dialed it and entered the lottery ticket number according to the voice prompt. There was a voice on the other side of the phone. Hello, please wait. I am checking for you. Yang Ming was very excited at the moment. Although he knew that he didn't win a big prize, at least he won a prize. He believed that a lot of people would have the same feeling. It was a kind of expectation, an excited expectation. Hello, congratulations. You have won the XXX two-color ball X prize. The prize is 60,000 yuan. 60,000. I actually won 60,000 yuan. Yang Ming didn't care about money, but with his family situation, 60,000 yuan was already a huge amount. If his parents knew about it, they would be very happy. Most of the employees of the Songjiang bus factory weren't very rich. No wonder Zhang Xiulu was greedy. After a while, Yang's father came home. When he saw Yang Ming, he He held 2 bags in his hand and said, "Big Ming, I came back late today. I didn't have time to cook. I ordered some dishes from the restaurant downstairs and bought some steamed buns. Come and eat before you go to school." After Yang Ming heard, he quickly took the things in his father's hand and put them on the kitchen table. He put the dishes on the plate. It turned out to be Yuxiang shredded pork and spicy tofu. These were Yang Ming's favorite dishes. Yang Ming was really hungry. Just now, he was busy with Zhang Xiaolu and Yang Ming for a long time. He used a lot of energy, so he grabbed a steamed bun and ate it. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yang Ming found that his father didn't eat, but sat at the side and looked at him kindly. "Dad, you eat too." Yang Ming said, "I want to eat first." "You eat first. I will take care of it later." Yang's father said, "Dad, I can't eat. You eat quickly." As Yang Ming said, he picked up a steamed bun and handed it to his father. "It's okay. If you can't eat, I will leave it for you to eat at night." Yang's father put the steamed bun back into the plastic bag. Yang Ming knew that his father was reluctant to eat. For a family like his, except for special circumstances, they rarely ordered dishes from the restaurant. Yang Ming was a little sad. He suddenly remembered the lottery and quickly asked, "Dad, did you buy the lottery?" "Lottery? I don't have spare money to buy that." Yang's father laughed. "Dad, didn't you buy this?" Yang Ming took out the lottery and put it on the table. Chapter 53. "Oh, you mean this? Hee hee, I forgot where I put it. I didn't expect you to find it." Yang's father took a look at the lottery ticket and threw it back on the table. "I was in a hurry that day, so I just bought a random ticket. Anyway, it was impossible to win. Throw it away when you leave later. Don't let your mom see it. Otherwise, she will blame me for wasting money again. I wanted to throw it away that day, but I couldn't find where I put it." "Throw it away?" Yang Ming sweated profusely. It seemed that his father didn't expect to win the lottery at all. In other words, if it weren't for Zhang Xiaolu and his brother, this lottery ticket might have been lying under Yang Ming's bed forever. It seemed that he really had to thank the both of them. "Dad, you're lucky that you didn't throw it away." Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Dad, this lottery ticket won." "What? Won the lottery? Are you kidding me? People don't win the lottery all day long, but I won the lottery by buying it once in a while." Yang's father shook his head in disbelief. "You don't have to make me happy. Fine, I will eat with you." Yang's father thought that Yang Ming was lying to him so that he could eat peacefully. "Dad, I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can call and check it yourself." Yang Ming pointed at the phone and said, "I just checked it. I haven't put the phone book back yet." "Really?" Yang's father took the lottery ticket and looked at it in disbelief. But he still went to the phone and dialed the lottery ticket inquiry number. Gradually, Yang's father's face showed a happy smile. After he hung up the phone, Yang's father said happily, "I actually won the lottery. It's a big sum of money, like 60,000 yuan. Son, this time you made a contribution to our family. If you didn't find this lottery ticket, the prize money would have been gone. Dad, now you believe me. Let's eat quickly." Yang Ming saw that his father was happy, and he was happy too. "Yes, I'll call your mother later and tell her the good news. Let's make her happy and celebrate tonight." Yang's father was very excited. "Dad, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. But I have to say it," Yang Ming said with a perverted expression. "What words?" Yang's father asked curiously. "Dad, I think we should keep the news of winning the lottery to our family of 3. As for those relatives and friends, don't tell them." Yang Ming said this because he had thought it over and over again. After the incident with Zhang Xiaolu, Yang Ming understood that human nature was greedy. He didn't want to disturb the normal life of his family because of winning the lottery. Why? Wasn't that a good thing? Tell your relatives and friends and let them be happy together. Father Yang looked at his son with a puzzled expression. "Dad, do you think that if you tell your relatives and friends about winning the lottery, they will be happy?" Yang Ming asked. "People can't bear to see the people around them who are better than them. Those entrepreneurs don't feel anything when they earn a few million, but if the people around them are slightly better than them, they will be jealous to death. Well, even if they aren't jealous, Can you guarantee that they won't ask you to treat them or lend them money? If you don't treat them or lend them money, they will say that you are stingy. 60,000 yuan isn't a big number. I believe that after a while, there won't be much left. It is very likely that our family's previous savings will be used for this. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Yang's father also calmed down. Yes, Yang Ming's words weren't without reason. There were too many reports of this in the newspaper. Once he won the prize, his relatives and friends would immediately come knocking on his door and ask for food and credit cards. 60,000 yuan was nothing at all. Once the money was used up, if your relatives came to borrow money and you said that you didn't have money, they would definitely think that you deliberately didn't want to lend them money and made up an excuse. Thinking of this, Yang's father suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He was too honest. He didn't see the problem as clearly as his son did. But this also made him feel very gratified. The pupil surpassed the master. This meant that when his son entered society in the future, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Yang's father nodded silently, then sighed and said, "Okay, I will tell your mom. The prize money is still for your university. It can't be spent recklessly." Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Ming didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to earn money after he went to university. He had superpowers. No matter how bad it was, he could still earn enough to spend, right? In those YY novels on the Chidian website, people who were much weaker than him could do well. Why couldn't he? In the afternoon, Yang Ming kept thinking about his newly discovered superpowers. This was a revolutionary breakthrough. If he could know what others were thinking in the future, it would be awesome. Think about it. If you could know what a girl was thinking when you were flirting, if you could talk to her according to her thoughts, it would be a piece of cake. Or when you were discussing business with others, you could know the other party's bargaining chip and bottom line. That would be a success. Yang Ming decided to see what Chen Mingyan thought first. So he looked at Chen Mingyan. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. Yang Ming didn't see anything. That shouldn't be. Could it be that in this half an hour, Chen Mingyan didn't think about anything? Yang Ming shook his head. This possibility was zero. Unless she was in a vegetative state, how could she not think about anything? What was going on? Yang Ming didn't give up. He looked at Wang Jitao again, but he still didn't get anything. Then, Yang Ming changed a few test subjects, but he still didn't get anything. Could it be that this superpower is different from person to person? That's not right. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the time when the two of them were on their way home at noon. He couldn't receive the thoughts of these two people. Then what was it? Could it be that this is just an additional test function of the glasses? Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, or I don't know how to use it. Yang Ming carefully recalled the scene in the afternoon. Unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. There didn't seem to be anything special. At that time, I didn't deliberately want to explore their thoughts, but I unconsciously received their thoughts. Yang Ming experimented for a while more, but he still didn't get anything, so he gave up. He thought that this function was a flaw of the glasses. However, Yang Ming wasn't depressed at all. The other functions of the glasses made him very satisfied. He wasn't a greedy person. Chapter 54. Yang Ming, what are you thinking about? You're drooling like a crocodile. Chen Mingyan found it funny when she saw Yang Ming stupidly propping his chin on the desk. Drooling? Am I? Yang Ming raised his head. He was just wasting too much brain cells studying abilities during class, so he wanted to take a break during class. However, since a beauty took the initiative to look for him, of course he couldn't ignore her. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Yeah, I just want to eat you." The Chinese language was too broad and profound. Sometimes, a single sentence or even a single word could have several different meanings. Only in the Chinese language would such a difficult question appear. Yang Ming's "I want to eat you" sentence could be interpreted in several ways. 1. I'm hungry, I want to eat you. This was the original meaning. This situation often happened between two animals with a high and low level of ferocity. For example, a tiger said to a goat, "I want to eat you." 2. Although I'm not hungry, I hate you. I want to eat you to vent my hatred. This was the extended meaning. This situation often happened between two enemies. For example, when two people were fighting, one side said, "I can't wait to eat you." 3. "I want to fuck you." This was the modern meaning and also the popular meaning. It was used the most frequently. This situation often happened between two couples who were flirting. The man looked at the woman's beautiful appearance and wanted to fuck her, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he just said, "I want to eat you." Or the woman was very moved and wanted to give herself to the boyfriend, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so she could only say, "You can't eat me." The third situation was the most popular one. Whether it was on the internet or in reality, it was often used by people. For example, that time in the hotel in Beijing, Zhao Yinyan classmate was moved by Lu Lei classmate and said to him, "Eat me now." For the details, please refer to Old Yu's awesome novel, Chasing the Beauty After Rebirth. It was also a cool book with awesome protagonists. Now that Yang Ming said that he wanted to eat her, how could Chen Mingyin not misunderstand? The relationship between the two of them was already a little ambiguous, so it was even easier for them to association on this topic. Therefore, Chen Mingyan blushed and said, "What are you thinking?" "What am I thinking?" Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's bashful appearance and was a little puzzled. "What am I thinking? Could it be that you can see through my thoughts? Could it be that the world had gone crazy and the entire city was filled with mutants?" Humph. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You only know how to take advantage of me verbally all day long. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with him not taking responsibility for his actions. Yang Ming was stunned and shook his head. Only now did he realize that his words had created ambiguity. But in all honesty, he didn't have any crooked thoughts at that time. It was just a casual remark. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only smile perfunctorily. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan didn't want to be entangled with Yang Ming on this. She knew that if she continued to be entangled, she would definitely be misled by Yang Ming in the end. "I have helped you look at the papers." "Not bad." "Yang Ming, did you do it yourself?" Chen Mingyan put the marked papers on the table. "You don't believe me?" Yang Ming was very uncomfortable with the question. "No, I didn't mean that." Chen Mingyan suddenly realized that her words seemed to have hurt Yang Ming's self-esteem, so she quickly explained. Actually, I didn't mean that just now." Yang Ming was referring to the matter of "I ate you." Chen Mingyan didn't understand. "It's okay. How was it?" "My efforts during this period were very effective, right?" Yang Ming didn't want to continue to be entangled with this. Not bad." "Yang Ming, you actually remembered so much in such a short time. It surprised me," Chen Mingyan said with some admiration. "If it were me, it would be impossible to pick up the knowledge that was left behind for so long." Don't you know who I am?" Yang Ming didn't say the rest of the sentence, which was, "I have glasses. Do you have glasses?" "Okay, don't be arrogant. Why didn't you do these big questions?" Chen Mingyan pointed at the big questions at the back of the paper and asked. "I don't know." Yang Ming said honestly, "I can memorize the basic concepts, but I can't do the big questions. There are too many comprehensive conditions involved. It can't be done with a simple formula." Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming and felt that it was true. Solving comprehensive questions required daily accumulation and mastery. With Yang Ming's current speed, it was very good that he could master it in such a short time. Let me explain to you the way to solve these questions and the key points to get points. When you encounter similar questions in the exam, even if you don't know how to do it, you won't just leave it blank and not write a word. Such comprehensive questions have steps. For example, this question about the electric field, as long as you list out the basic formula, I equals Q over T, you will get 2 points for the formula, Chen Mingyan said as she wrote on the paper. Also, comprehensive questions are often divided into several small questions. For example, the first question is how much is the electric field? Then, you can change the formula I equals Q over T to Q equals it. Then, as long as you put in the numerical value, you can easily get the answer. This question has a total of 15 points, so you will get 5 points for the first question. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan, who actually didn't bother to teach him questions every day. He was very touched. "What kind, girl?" If she could become my girlfriend, it would be my good fortune from my previous life. In this era, where the exam room was like a battlefield, who would sacrifice their precious revision time to teach others questions? Moreover, if they told others their learning experience, it would be equivalent to having one more competitor in the future. Most people wouldn't do such a stupid thing. At the same time, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. These few big questions, he took it for granted that he couldn't solve them, so he didn't look at them carefully. He didn't expect the first question of these questions to be so simple. Although Yang Ming still couldn't understand some of the questions, he still listened carefully. He didn't want to disappoint Chen Mingyan. Whether Chen Mingyan really had a good impression of him or not, everything now made Yang Ming very satisfied. However, there were always some people who spoiled such a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 55. Yang Ming, Mingyan, what are you two talking about? If you don't mind, I'll come and sit with you. Wang Jitao walked over with a smile on his face. Of course I mind. I mind very much. Yang Ming scolded in his heart, but he pretended to be happy on the surface. It's the class monitor. Please sit. Wang Jitao was puzzled by Yang Ming's attitude. In the morning, he looked unnatural. Why is he so friendly to me so quickly? After the incident on Saturday, it's impossible for him not to be suspicious of me. Even if I hid it well this morning and made him confused, he would still be suspicious of me. What's going on with him now? Is there a conspiracy? Haha, no, I'm just passing by. I have to go back and study. Tomorrow is the joint examination of the 4 schools. Wang Jitao laughed. The more Yang Ming was like this, the less confident he was, so he quickly found an excuse to leave. Passing by? He. Yang Ming sneered twice. What are you laughing at? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. What's so funny about this? I'm sitting in the last row. Unless he wants to go through the wall, how can he pass by here? It's obvious that he's upset when he sees you being so close to me. Yang Ming curled his lips. Who's being close to you? Chen Mingyan was embarrassed and pouted. In fact, she was very smart. How could she not know that Wang Jitao passing by was just an excuse? Girls are beautiful and always surrounded by boys. Although Chen Mingyan didn't care, she was still a little happy that someone was jealous of her. But when it was pointed out by Yang Ming, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Even if it's not now, it will be sooner or later. Yang Ming laughed. Let's talk about the future later. Do you want me to continue explaining to you? Chen Mingyan raised her eyebrows and pretended to be angry. Of course I'm going to listen. Tomorrow is the joint examination, so I'm going to cram at the last minute. Oh no, I mean cram your feet. Yang Ming said seriously. Chen Mingyan thought about what would happen if he really hugged her leg. She was so embarrassed. This Yang Ming really didn't have a filter on his mouth. But looking at his serious expression, she thought that perhaps he didn't mean it that way, so she didn't say anything. Yang Ming was very happy in his heart. He finally understood you. In the future, as long as I talk to you seriously, I won't be afraid of you rolling your eyes. In fact, not only was Yang Ming not afraid of the monthly test, he was actually looking forward to it. After all, the previous exams were just small tests in class. Yang Ming also wanted to really test his own strength and see what level he was at. Number 4 High School was one of the key high schools in the province. In theory, the top 300 students in Number 4 High School were equivalent to stepping into the threshold of university. Yang Ming's original standard was beyond the top 500. Now, he didn't know what level he was at. Chen Mingyan was in the top 10 of the school year. Even if he could cheat to get into university, there were different grades in university. Chen Mingyan would definitely go to a famous university. If he couldn't get in, then wouldn't it mean that he automatically gave up his position as the number 1 suitor? This 4-school joint examination was jointly designed by Songjiang Number 4 High School, Songjiang Yucai, and 2 other famous schools in other provinces. Not only were the questions similar to the college entrance exam, but they would also be ranked. As long as Yang Ming could get a good result in this exam, in a sense, the college entrance exam would be similar. After school, Yang Ming still went to Zhao Ying's place for math tutoring. Zhao was very concerned and asked Yang Ming if he was okay. Yang Ming could only answer perfunctorily. Fortunately, Zhao didn't entangle with Yang Ming on this matter. She just took out a test paper and said to Yang Ming, "Tomorrow is the joint examination. Here is a set of last year's test paper. The questions are similar to this year's. You can do it. Then, I will explain to you what you don't know. Sistering, then you can just give me this year's exam questions directly." Yang Ming took the test paper and said disapprovingly, "Nonsense. Let's not mention that I don't have this year's exam questions. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you," Zhao Ying said with a straight face. "The exam questions are only known by a few of the school's teaching and research team leaders. The teachers don't know in advance." Sistering, I'm just saying it casually. I've always disdained this kind of low-level cheating behavior," Yang Ming said with a smile. The meaning behind his words was that his cheating methods were much better than this. "That's good. It's 6:30 now. It'll end at 8. Zhao Ying looked at her watch and said, "It's half an hour less than a normal exam, but it's enough time." Yang Ming glanced at the top of the test paper. It was indeed the questions from last year's joint examination of the 4 schools. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he carefully answered. Yang Ming had been specializing in math for a while, so the questions on this test paper weren't difficult for him. He basically answered them in one go from beginning to end in less than an hour. Zhao Ying was surprised as she took Yang Ming's test paper and marked it. In the end, she asked with some doubt, "Yang Ming, have you done this set of questions before?" "Sistering, I can't finish the test paper you left for me every day. How can I have time to do other questions?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Zhao Ying nodded after listening. Yang Ming was right. It seemed that this could only be attributed to Yang Ming's unusual intelligence. Without checking, he actually scored 138 points, among which 6 points were deducted because the process of writing the big questions was too simple. However, it was understandable after thinking about it. Yang Ming had won an award in the Olympic competition when he was in junior high. His brain must be quite good. It was just that she didn't know why Yang Ming had given up for a while. Zhao Ying actually wanted to ask the reason, but Yang Ming didn't mention it himself. Zhao Ying didn't take the initiative to ask. "Yang Ming, I think you don't need to come to my place for private tutoring anymore." Zhao Ying sighed and said, "What?" Yang Ming was shocked. "Sistering, why? Did I not learn well, or did I make you angry? Or did you annoy me?" "Of course not. Silly brother, why would I annoy you? It's just that you don't need me to give you special lessons anymore. Your results are comparable to the top math students in the school year. You got 138 points for this set of questions. As far as I know, the highest score in last year's 4-school joint exam was only 142 points. Moreover, 6 points were deducted because the steps weren't standard. In other words, if you were more careful, you would be 2 points higher than the first place." Zhao Ying smiled. "What? I got 138 points?" Yang Ming didn't expect that he could get such a high score by seriously doing a set of questions with his own strength. In addition to being surprised, he also felt a little regretful. During this period of time, he had been used to being with Zhao Ying every night. Suddenly knowing that he didn't have to come in the future, Yang Ming suddenly felt empty in his heart. "Sistering, this was just a coincidence. You also said that my steps weren't standard, so I think I still have a lot to learn, right?" Yang Ming didn't give up. "Well, the disciple will leave the master one day. I didn't let you come for your own good. The college entrance exam isn't just about math. This way, you can use the time saved every night to review other subjects." Zhao Ying actually had the same idea as Yang Ming. During this period of contact, she didn't treat Yang Ming as her student at all. Besides studying, the two of them often talked about young people's topics together. She had always treated Yang Ming as a peer, a friend, and a younger brother. I know. Yang Ming also knew that Zhao Ying was doing it for his own good. There was still plenty of time in the future. He said sadly, "Sister Ying, even after I graduate, can I still come to you?" "Of course, why? Are you afraid that you won't be able to find a wife in the future, so you're relying on me?" Zhao Ying saw that the atmosphere was a little strange, so she made a joke. "Yeah, you saw me naked. Naturally, you have to take responsibility. Yang Ming also laughed. Chapter 56. The first large-scale mock exam of the 12th year of high school started. This was only the beginning. After that, the district mock exam, city mock exam, and province mock exam would follow one after another. If it wasn't for the abnormal performance, the students who scored less than 400 points in this exam would have to work harder. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get into the specialized college. This exam was conducted according to the college entrance exam. Everyone had a desk, and the desk was placed in the opposite direction. Everything related to the exam had to be placed in front of the podium. The current situation made Yang Ming very excited. If he succeeded in cheating this time, then the college entrance exam would be very easy. The first subject was the Chinese exam. There was a limited amount of self-improvement. Yang Ming's bag on the podium contained a Xinhua dictionary and a high school Chinese exam essentials. It basically covered the entire high school Chinese knowledge. Yang Ming could easily find the answers to the questions on the exam paper in this book. As for the reading comprehension, Yang Ming referred to the answers of most of the people in the exam room and came up with a comprehensive answer. Because the exam room was full of strangers, Yang Ming didn't know what their standards were, so he simply brainstormed. For the essay, Yang Ming couldn't copy others. This time, the topic was a magical day. There were too many magical things that happened to Yang Ming, but he couldn't write it. Otherwise, the grading teacher would think that he was crazy and made up myths in his essay. There was no other way. Yang Ming could only casually write a more positive content. Anyway, nonsense was Yang Ming's strength. The second subject was the mathematics exam. For this subject, Yang Ming didn't prepare any cheating books in his bag. Moreover, he didn't want to copy others. That would be too unfair to Zhao Ying. When he received the test paper, Yang Ming was shocked. The person who set the questions was too lazy, right? This test paper was almost the same as last year's test paper that Yang Ming answered yesterday. The fill-in-the-blanks choices were almost the same, and the major questions were only changed by a few numbers. This was originally Yang Ming's strength. Now, Yang Ming answered more easily and finished quickly. However, for the major questions, Yang Ming deliberately omitted a few steps. Otherwise, a score of 150 points would be too exaggerated. The third subject was English. Although Yang Ming learned a lot, it wasn't as good as mathematics. Therefore, Yang Ming directly used the cheating method. Anyway, the textbook and English dictionary were in the bag, and there was also a grammar book. Yang Ming could use his eyes to read at any time. There was no need to plagiarize other people's English. The answers to almost all the questions on the test paper could be found in the textbooks and dictionaries. When it came to grammar, one could quickly look up similar usages in the grammar encyclopedia. So it was only listening. Yang Ming referred to other people's answers, but he didn't trust a single person. He still used the method of brainstorming and referred to the answers of more than 20 people. If there were more people who chose A, then it would be A. If there were more people who chose B, then it would be B. If this was still the wrong answer, then Yang Ming could only accept it. The next day, physics, chemistry, and biology were combined into one test paper for the exam. This was the so-called X in 3 plus X. This was different from the previous liberal arts questions. There were more flexible questions. Some conceptual questions Yang Ming copied from the textbook. The rest of the questions needed to be calculated. Yang Ming first wrote down what he could do. Then he still used the brainstorming method. If copying from one person didn't work, then he would copy from a group of people. Yang Ming first looked at the final results of their major questions and picked out those who had the most similar results. Then he found a few people who wrote the neatest steps to copy. Of course, Yang Ming also made appropriate changes to the format. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if there was a copy. After handing in the test paper, Yang Ming felt a lot more relaxed. It was quite easy. I thought it would be a challenging job. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Yang Ming shook his head and walked out of the classroom. It seemed that getting a good result this time wasn't a problem. When he went downstairs, Yang Ming saw Chun Mingyan coming from the second-floor corridor. So he greeted her. "Mingyan, how was the exam?" It's Yang Ming. You scare me. Chen Mingyan looked up. Why are you shouting so loudly? It seems that you are in a good mood. You must have done well in the exam, right? It was okay. You know me. If it was in the past, I couldn't wait to avoid the exam. But I've been working hard for a while. Plus, you are tirelessly urging me. I am looking forward to it. I want to see what level I have mastered. Yang Ming said, half-jokingly. How about you? Me? I'm about the same as before. You know, it is difficult to advance 1 or 2 places. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Yang Ming also knew that if the last person was willing to work hard, then it was possible to advance 10 or 20 places. But for the top 10 students, it was difficult to have a breakthrough. Because everyone was a good student, they were very hard-working. No one would have the slightest slack. Chen Mingyan was now the first in class. She was around the top 10 in the whole school year. It was basically like this for the past few exams. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. So what if you're the first in the school year? With your current results, it is not a problem to apply for any university. Yang Ming was telling the truth. In the past, the top 30 students in number 4 high school were all the seedlings of the key universities. That is true. I'm a girl. How can I be as good as you guys when it comes to logic when I study science? You're a good example. I've been working hard for 3 years. You've only been studying for a month, and your math results are almost surpassing mine. Chen Mingyan said faintly. I'm very jealous. I don't mean to discriminate against your gender. Besides, no matter how good I am, isn't it because of you? Yang Ming sweated. I am just kidding. Chen Mingyan made a funny face and smiled at Yang Ming. If I am really jealous, why would I be so serious about your studies every day? I know you're good to me. Yang Ming said shamelessly. What? Do you want to die? What are you saying? What do you mean I am good to you? I'm just doing my duty as a study committee member. Don't learn from peacocks. Chen Mingyan said. Learn from peacocks? Why would I learn from them? Yang Ming was very confused. Do I look like a bird? Peacock spreading its tail, you are thinking too much. Chen Mingyan laughed. Then I'm a male peacock, and you're a female peacock. Why? I spread my tail to attract female peacocks. Go to hell. Chapter 57. Oh yeah, Mingyan, which university do you want to go to? Yang Ming asked tentatively. This was related to his lifelong happiness. He had to get it done as soon as possible. What does it have to do with you? You don't have any ulterior motives, right? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with vigilance. How can I? No matter what, I am your number 1 pursuer. I should have the right to know which university you want to go to, right? Yang Ming made the original dirty reason sound dignified. This is called no ulterior motives? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she didn't seem to be unhappy. How can this be called an ulterior motive? It should be called motivation. Yang Ming said shamelessly. There is motivation when there is a goal. All right, since you want to learn, I'll tell you. Chen Mingyan smiled and said her dream. My parents want me to go to Beijing, but I don't want to be too far away from home. I think Songjiang Industry University is pretty good. Songjiang Industry University? Yang Ming blurted out. Although Songjiang Industry University wasn't as famous as Tsinghua University, it was already difficult for a poor student like Yang Ming. But that was in the past. But now, Yang Ming could say without exaggeration that he would definitely get in. And what about you? Do you have any dreams? Although Chen Mingyan knew that Yang Ming's recent results improved quickly, she didn't expect Yang Ming to have the ability to enter Songjiang Industry University. Me? Of course. I will go wherever you go. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were already familiar with each other. When he made some ambiguous jokes, Chen Mingyan would only roll her eyes at him. She wouldn't be angry. Yang Ming could only see this kind of situation in his dreams. However, this time, Chen Mingyan surprisingly did not refute him. After listening, she suddenly became silent, which made Yang Ming panic. Could it be that she was really angry? Yang Ming, although your current grades have caught up a lot, after all, the cutoff score of Songjiang Industry University is very high. When you apply for your university, don't force yourself. As Chen Mingyin said this, she saw Yang Ming's face become very bad. She was shocked. She thought that her words hurt his self-esteem too much, so she quickly explained, Yang Ming, don't be like this. I don't mean to look down on you, nor am I doubting your ability. I mean, don't force yourself. Even if you're not in the same university in the future, as long as you're in the same city, there's still many opportunities to meet. Yang Ming's expression wasn't because of this. It was because he thought that he had angered Chen Mingyin. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. From Chen Mingyin's words, he understood that Chen Mingyin was doing it for his own good. However, he wasn't sure if Chen Mingyin didn't want to fulfill the promise that he could pursue her in university and deliberately said this. However, Chen Mingyin's last sentence undoubtedly made Yang Ming feel reassured. As long as they were in the same city, there was still a chance to meet. Although Chen Mingyin didn't say it clearly, Yang Ming understood the hidden meaning. Don't worry, Mingyin. I will definitely use my own strength to enter Song Jiang Industry University. Otherwise, I won't have the face to pursue you. Even if you promise to be my girlfriend, I will be very ashamed. Yang Ming thought, cheating is also a kind of strength. You are not serious. When did I promise? Chen Mingyin didn't say anything more. Sometimes having a firm confidence wasn't a bad thing. I said even if. Yang Ming laughed twice. Oh yeah. Do you have anything to do later? Later? Of course, I am going home. What do you want to do? Chen Mingyin asked. Today, school ended earlier than usual. Why don't we just walk around before going home? Yang Ming pretended to say casually. In fact, he had been using the corner of his eyes to observe Chen Mingyin's reaction. The exam was at 7:30 a.m. and it was only 10 now. That's not good, right? You don't want to go home to revise? Chen Mingyin didn't have any special expression. Didn't the exam just end today? No matter what, I have to relax. I have been tutoring every day for a while. I have been working around the clock. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyin said, you don't want to go home to revise, and didn't mention herself. Yang Ming was happy. This meant that as long as he didn't have a problem, Chen Mingyin wouldn't have a problem. Chen Mingyin thought about it. Just like what Yang Ming said, relaxing occasionally is beneficial for learning. You need to balance work and rest to achieve the best learning effect. But if I go out with Yang Ming, isn't it a little bad? After all, it is a sensitive age for relationships between men and women. What if others see us? When Chen Mingyin was hesitating, Yang Ming looked at her silent face. He thought that she was shy because of her girl's reservedness. But didn't the internet say that? If a girl doesn't speak, it means that she agrees. So, Yang Ming didn't care about anything else. He took the lead and walked forward. Let's go, Mingyin. Let's walk around nearby. Chen Mingyin saw that Yang Ming was excited, so she had to follow behind him. Fortunately, the two of them were talking for a while. The students in the school were basically gone. Occasionally, there would be one or two, but Yang Ming didn't know them. This was because the two local schools disrupted the order of the examinees in the four-school joint exam. Among the students in number 4 high school, half of them were from Songjiang Yucai. In high school, puppy love was a very sensitive topic, especially in number 4 high school, which was a key high school in the province. If it was a vocational high school or a private school, it might not be noticed. There it was normal for students to fall in love. Chen Mingyin didn't want to be misunderstood for no reason and pointed it behind her back. The two of them went to the snack street near the school. It was the place where Yang Ming and Zhao Ying went last time. It was still daytime, so these snack shops were generally not open. They would only open at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, they would be open all night. During the day, the food street was filled with hawkers selling small goods. The two of them wandered around aimlessly. Yang Ming had an ulterior motive. He didn't want to buy anything. He just wanted to spend more time with Chen Mingyin. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. From time to time, Yang Ming would tell Chen Mingyin a few jokes that he saw on the internet. Chen Mingyin was so amused that he didn't feel awkward at all. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the current situation. When two people were together, the important thing wasn't their status, but they had to have a topic to talk about. Otherwise, it would be over sooner or later. Yang Ming, wait for me. Chun Ming Yin saw a small accessory stall on the side of the road. Her eyes lit up, and she stopped there. Chapter 58. Yang Ming smiled. It seems that girls like these things. Yang Ming could see that Chun Ming Yin's family condition was very good from her usual behavior. He didn't expect her to buy things from a roadside stall. The National Higher Education entrance examination was coming up. Chun Ming Yin hadn't come out to shop for a while. Last month, her favorite hair clip broke. She didn't have time to buy a new one, so she had been using a rubber band to replace it. Now that there was a chance, Chun Ming Yin wanted to buy two. If Chun Ming Yin wasn't the girl he liked, Yang Ming would almost go crazy. It took so long to choose a hair clip. However, Yang Ming wanted to spend more time with Chun Ming Yin. How could he object? Seeing that the other guys who came with their girlfriends were standing aside like him, Yang Ming finally found some psychological balance. Finally, Chun Ming Yin picked two hair clips and compared them. Yang Ming, which one do you think looks better? When girls buy things, if they have friend around them, they always like to ask for advice. Both of them look good. In fact, you are a natural beauty. These things are just icing on the cake. Yang Ming wasn't being perfunctory. First of all, the two hair clips were really good. Second of all, Chun Ming Yin was still beautiful even if she didn't dress up. You have a glib tongue. I won't ask you anymore. Not a single useful word. Chun Ming Yin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she was very happy in her heart. Which girl doesn't like to be praised? In fact, Chun Ming Yin liked both of them very much. Asking for advice from Yang Ming was just a habit. I want both of them. How much? Chun Ming Yin showed the hair clips to the stall owner. This is 15 yuan. This is 20 yuan. The total is 35 yuan. The stall owner looked at the hair clip in Chun Ming Yin's hand and said, "Why is it so expensive?" Chun Ming Yin complained. "It's not expensive, little girl. Look, it's all inlaid with rhinestones. Moreover, it's made of environmentally friendly adhesive. It won't fall off even if it gets wet." The stall owner explained. 30 yuan. Chun Ming Yin thought about it and gave a price that she could accept. Yang Ming was a little surprised by Chun Ming Yin's actions. He originally thought that a girl with a good family background like hers would definitely have a lot of pocket money. He didn't expect that she would also buy things from a street stall and also like to bargain. This made Yang Ming very gratified. Yang Ming thought that if Chun Ming Yin became his girlfriend in the future, the expenses would definitely be a lot. Now it seemed that Chun Ming Yin was not the kind of person who spent a lot of money. All right, it's not profitable anymore, the stall owner said with a bitter expression. Seeing that the stall owner agrees, Chun Ming Yin happily takes out the money from her pocket. But after a while, her expression changed. She thought in her heart, shit. I forgot to pack the money when I changed yesterday. Because I had an exam this morning, my father was afraid that I would be late. So he drove me to school. Shit, don't talk about buying things. I have to walk home later. The key is what should I do now? The price is already agreed. If I don't want it, the stall owner will definitely not agree. At that time, if a few unpleasant words were to be said, he would lose face. But what can I do now? Chun Ming Yin clenched her teeth and decided to say the words, I don't want it. At most, she would be insulted. Chun Ming Yin's expression fell into Yang Ming's eyes. He saw that Chun Ming Yin felt in her pocket for a long time, but couldn't find anything. Coupled with her anxious expression, Yang Ming understood a little. He quickly used his X-ray vision to look at Chun Ming Yin's pocket. He found that there was nothing except for the admission ticket. It turns out that she didn't bring money. When a beauty is in trouble, how can a hero not help? Recently, Yang Ming made a small fortune, so he wasn't as poor as before. Just now, he wanted to pay for Chun Ming Yin, but he was afraid that Chun Ming Yin wouldn't accept it. Then he would lose face. Now, Yang Ming expected that Chun Ming Yin would accept it. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. The couples next to them were all paying for the man, so the stall owner didn't think much about it. He took the money and put it into his pocket. As expected, Chun Ming Yin didn't say anything. She silently took the two hair clips and put them into her bag. But her face was red. Just now, She and Yang Ming looked like a pair of lovers who were out shopping together. I will return the money to you. Chen Mingyan was nervous. She held it in for a long time. Then she said a very defeated sentence. And Yang Ming didn't understand. How did she know that I knew that she didn't bring money? But he didn't think too much about it. He just said, "What's there to return? It's not that much money. Thanks for your tutoring during this time. I should give you a small gift." Chen Mingyan listened and smiled sweetly. She didn't say anything more. In fact, Chen Mingyan said that because she was a girl and said it subconsciously, she didn't think much about it. They were now good friends. If they were too distant, it would be pretentious. Both of them strolled for a while. This time, because Chen Mingyan knew that she didn't have money in her pocket, she didn't buy anything. She wasn't the kind of girl who liked to spend a guy's money. She wasn't like the girls in today's society. As long as they went out with a guy, they would think of ways to cheat him. Chen Mingyan's home wasn't nearby. She needed to take a bus to go back and forth every day. Yang Ming sent her to the bus station and stood by her side to wait for the bus. "Which bus?" Yang Ming asked casually. He wanted to get Chen Mingyan's home address. 114 and 87 are fine. Chen Mingyan didn't hide anything from Yang Ming. "Right. Do you have change in your pocket?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very serious problem. That was, Chen Mingyan didn't bring money. So, he didn't wait for Chen Mingyan to reply. He took out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and put it in Chen Mingyan's hand. "I just happen to have a coin here." Chen Mingyan was stunned. She was grateful, but she didn't know what to say. How did he know that I didn't bring money? Or was it an unintentional action? But soon, Chen Mingyan ruled out that Yang Ming did it unintentionally, because who would be bored enough to take out a coin and put it in someone else's hand? Right? I just said that I would return the money to him. It must be because of this sentence that let him know that I didn't bring money. Otherwise, why didn't I return it now and wait until tomorrow? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan was touched. Looking at his casual appearance, I didn't expect him to be so considerate, and his words were obviously said deliberately because he didn't want me to be embarrassed. Chapter 59. Since Yang Ming didn't say anything, Chen Mingyan didn't need to embarrass herself. She tacitly took the coin. Yang Ming naturally didn't know what Chen Mingyan was thinking. Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't have any special reaction, he was proud of his good acting. "Mingyan, do you think we're on a date now?" "Damn, is this my mouth?" "It's a ladle." As soon as Yang Ming said that, he secretly regretted it. He blamed himself for being too proud and didn't choose his words carefully. What if Chen Mingyan got angry? "Date your head." Chen Mingyan laughed and scolded. "I just wanted to accompany you to relax after the exam. If you don't behave properly, don't look for me next time." Fortunately, Chen Mingyan didn't get angry. Yang Ming's courage also increased. "So, you mean there will be a next time?" "Oomph. Wait until your exam results come out. Let's see if there's any improvement." Chen Mingyan half-jokingly encouraged Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan was also confused. At first, she only agreed to his inexplicable request because she wanted to help him. But now, Chen Mingyan realized that she really liked to be with Yang Ming. Joking and chatting brought a cheerful atmosphere to the stressful academic life of grade 12. As they were talking, an 87 came and drove to the station, rolling up a cloud of smoke. "The car is here. I want to go home." Chen Mingyan suddenly felt reluctant. She didn't know that she could have a lot to talk about with a guy. "Wait, Mingyan!" Yang Ming shouted. Yang Ming was also reluctant. This was the first date. Of course, Yang Ming didn't want it to end so soon. "What's the matter?" Chen Mingyan turned around and asked. It was this delay that allowed the 87 fighter jet behind her to fly away with a boom, leaving behind a pile of smelly black smoke. "Nothing." Yang Ming saw that the car drove away. His nerves relaxed, and he subconsciously said what was in his heart. "Ah." Chen Mingyan was stunned and understood Yang Ming's real intention. She couldn't help but be angry. "Yang Ming, how can you be like this? You saw that the car left. If I go back too late, my dad will be worried. I don't care if he doesn't let me out." Chen Mingyan deliberately scared Yang Ming. "Ah, it can't be?" Yang Ming naturally didn't believe it. It's only a little later. Can your dad call the police and say that you're missing? Chen Mingyan thought. Of course, he didn't need to call the police. He didn't need to call the police at all. She said unhappily, Yang Ming, I've told you before. You should focus on your studies now. When you get into university, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to meet. You just need to wait for a little while more. In fact, it's not what you think. I stopped you because I didn't want you to take the 87. Yang Ming laughed. Why? Chen Mingyan asked. Don't tell me that there are hooligans in the car. I don't know if there are hooligans, but who dares to take the 87? Haven't you heard of the saying, planes in the sky, 87 on the ground? Yang Ming said seriously. It's to describe driving on the 87 is too crazy. Taking this kind of car is taking your life as a joke. How can I let you take the risk? Planes in the sky, 87 on the ground? Chen Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only Yang Ming could say such a classic phrase. I've been on it for a few years. How come nothing happened? As Chen Mingyan's voice just fell, there was a harsh breaking sound not far away, followed by a pong sound. Yang Ming turned his head and looked. Oh my God. He was almost stunned. This Audi 87 driver was too fucking proud of him, wasn't he? He saw that the 87 just now collided with an oncoming truck at the intersection not far away. Chen Mingyan was also surprised and opened her mouth wide. She had an unbelievable and exaggerated expression. Look, beautiful committee member, I saved your life. Shouldn't you repay me with your body? Yang Ming pointed at the 87 not far away. Don't jinx it. Chen Mingyan stared at Yang Ming. There's a car accident, and you still have the mood to joke? They all braked. Look at the damage on the front of the car. It's obvious that no one was hurt. After Yang Ming finished speaking, the drivers of the two cars jumped out from their respective cabs and started to argue. Chen Mingyan saw that it was really not a big deal, so she was relieved. After a while, a 114 bus came. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming said goodbye and got on the bus. Until the bus left and disappeared at the next intersection, Yang Ming felt relieved and left. After all, not long ago, there was a car accident in front of his eyes. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming from the window and saw that he was watching her leave. There was an indescribable warmth in her heart. The seed of love always sprouted in inadvertent little things. When Yang Ming left, a Santana police car parked at the corner of the street in the distance started slowly and followed him. Yang Ming returned to the community where he lived and saw a police car parked there from afar. Yang Ming was more sensitive to the police recently. He went back and forth to the police station several times. When he saw the police car, he subconsciously thought that it was looking for him. Yang Ming. The people in the police car were indeed looking for Yang Ming. Chun Fei rolled down the window and shouted, Uncle Chun, why are you here? Yang Ming stopped. I came here to do something, so I came to see you. Chun Fei said, You made me wait for a long time. You have an exam today. You should have finished school early. Why are you back so late? Uncle Chun, how did you know that I have an exam today? Yang Ming was stunned. You are indeed the captain of the criminal police. You know before I say anything? Chun Fei didn't answer Yang Ming's words directly. Why didn't you go home after school? Did you go on a date with your girlfriend? Uncle Chun, how did you know? Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. What did you say? Chun Fei's voice raised a few decibels. Did you really go on a date with your girlfriend? Chapter 60. The high decibel noise made Yang Ming feel inexplicable. Even if I am dating my girlfriend, why are you in such a hurry? Does the police have to care about my puppy love? But he still answered truthfully, I was walking around with my classmate, but it wasn't my girlfriend. Female classmate. Chun Fei was relieved. She is the student committee member in my class. She always helps me with my questions. We just have a good relationship. Yang Ming didn't dare to lie to the police. All right, get in the car. I want to talk to you about Fong Tian. Chun Fei opened the car door after listening. Uncle Chun, is there any news about Fong Tian? Yang Ming got in the car happily. After all, If he could do something for this old man, Yang Ming's time in the detention center wasn't in vain. Chun Fei nodded with a smile. After I reported the situation to Bureau Chief Wang, Bureau Chief Wang attached great importance to it and entrusted me with full authority to take charge of this case. I immediately went to the detention center to get the file. Sure enough, as you said, Fong Tian was very suspicious. The reason why he was caught in the past was for theft. Since then, he had been locked up there. In other words, Fong Tian was wrongly accused, asked Yang Ming. You can say that, but it seems to be a bit troublesome. According to the records in the file, Fong Tian seemed to be related to a theft gang from a long time ago, said Chun Fei. Captain Chun, I have seen the old man. He should be wrongly accused. He is a bit mentally ill. Yang Ming didn't believe that Fong Tian was part of a theft gang. That's right. I have seen Fong Tian. He is indeed mentally ill. Chun Fei nodded. It is also possible that the file is fake. I can't say for sure. Anyway, it is reported to the bureau chief. The final result will be decided by a few leaders in a meeting. And I believe Uncle Wang is a reasonable person. After all, Fong Tian is quite pitiful, said Yang Ming. How are you recently? Did your classmate find trouble with you? Chun Fei changed the topic. After all, it was inconvenient to talk too much about official matters with Yang Ming. According to his investigation, this Fong Tian was indeed problematic. No, but his attitude towards me hasn't changed at all. I even suspect that he didn't do it. Yang Ming shook his head strangely. He still couldn't understand Wang Jitao's attitude. Regardless of whether he did it or not, you have to be more careful in the future, Chun Fei reminded. By the way, how did your exam go? Not bad. My progress has been very fast recently, Yang Ming said proudly. Can you get into Song University of Technology? Chun Fei asked casually. It should be possible. You should know that I have motivation. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. Motivation? What motivation? Chun Fei glanced at Yang Ming. Nothing. Hee. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't tell him about Chen Mingyan. He wouldn't tell such a private matter to an uncle. Yang Ming, Uncle Chun was around your age. Is the girl you like also going to Song University of Technology? Chun Fei looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Uncle Chun, how did you know? Yang Ming was shocked. He admired Chun Fei's investigation ability even more. How was this the captain of the investigation team? This is Sherlock Holmes. I don't know, but your expression says so. Chun Fei smiled. Don't forget what Uncle Chun does. Hee, but young man, work hard. Uncle Chun has high hopes for you. When Yang Ming went upstairs, he was still confused. What's the use of having high hopes for me? It's Chen Mingyan who has high hopes for me. Yang Ming's father had been in a good mood for the past few days. Every day at noon, he would prepare a meat dish for Yang Ming. Since the exam had just ended, he wanted to reward his son even more. Not only did he stir-fry a piece of meat, but he also steamed a fish. Yang's father knew that it was useless to ask before the results were out. However, he couldn't help but ask, Big Ming, how was the exam? Not bad. My hard work during this period was effective. I think my results should have improved a lot. Yang Ming wanted to make his father happy. After all, every time after the exam, Yang Ming's answer was not ideal. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well, as long as you tried your best. Yang's father had prepared thousands of comforting words. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say that he did well in the exam. Yang's father was stunned and immediately smiled. Big Ming, is what you said true? Haha, I think you will definitely have good results since you worked so hard. Dad, my results will definitely be better than before. But if it doesn't meet your expectations, don't be disappointed. Although Yang Ming knew that his results this time would definitely not be too bad, there were always accidents. In case it was not so good, Yang Ming had taken precautions in advance. It's good to have progress. Isn't there still some time before the college entrance examination? You can work harder. Yang's father didn't care. He was happy that his results were better than before. So he called Yang Ming, come and eat. In the afternoon, Yang Ming didn't have anything to do. Other students seized the time to study hard. They couldn't wait to split a minute in half. However, Yang Ming was different. His results came from that pair of magical glasses. As long as he was familiar with it, no matter what the situation was, even if he was asked to take a test on a subject that he had never studied before, he would get a very high result. Bored, Yang Ming suddenly thought of the last time when he was at the earthly paradise. At that time, if he could read lips, he could know what Zhang Biao and Wang Jitao said. Then, he could naturally know whether it was Wang Jitao who did it. Moreover, if it was really him, if he knew their plan in advance, Yang Ming wouldn't be fooled. Thinking of this, he decided to go to the bookstore. He wanted to buy some related books. Since God gave him such a special ability, why didn't he try his best to perfect it? If Yang Ming could read lips, coupled with his ability to see from afar, he could do a lot of important things. Just like the time when the burglar broke into the house. Being able to hear what they said was very useful. Yang Ming didn't count on his ability to see other people's thoughts. If he had the time, he would rather learn something useful. The closest bookstore to Yang Ming's house was Xinhua Bookstore. It was only a walk away. However, most of the books sold there were entertainment books. There were fewer academic books like lip reading. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Ming decided to go to the Shuefu Bookstore, which was further away. Shuefu Bookstore, as the name suggested, learning knowledge was equivalent to having wealth. This was a bookstore that specialized in students and related technical industries. There were a lot of books in it. Yang Ming left a note for his parents, saying that he was going to the bookstore. If he came back late, don't worry. Then he left the house. Chapter 61. He arrived at the bus stop where he sent Chen Mingyan back at noon. But this time it was the opposite bus stop. After a while, a bus 114 arrived. Actually, the Shuefu bookstore stop was a big stop. Almost every bus had arrived, but this bus 114 was the first to arrive. Yao Ming got on the bus. He was the only one at this stop. The door closed with a pa sound. Don't put in the coins. Give me the money. A man shouted at Yang Ming. Another person who was waiting for change. Yang Ming reached his hand into his pocket and took out the change. Once he took it out, Yang Ming screamed in his heart. He had just given Chen Mingyan 1 yuan of change. The rest of the money in his pocket was a large amount. Yang Ming took out a 10 yuan note and looked at the coin box. He didn't know whether to put in the money or not. He couldn't be like that man waiting for change. The Shuefu bookstore was only 3 stops away. It was impossible to open the 10 yuan note. Moreover, there was another person waiting for change in front of him. Who can help me open the 10 yuan note? Yang Ming shouted. No one responded for a long time. Yang Ming had to raise his voice and shout again. This time, the man who was waiting for change just now muttered, "My 5 yuan note can't even be opened, let alone your 10 yuan note. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I would have taken a taxi. It wouldn't even cost 10 yuan. As long as it wasn't called Jetta, Saibao, or Cherry, it would at most cost 8 yuan. Just when Yang Ming was desperate and wanted to put the 10 yuan note into the coin box, a clear voice sounded not far from Yang Ming. Yang Ming, wait. Don't put in first. Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was surprised to find that the owner of the voice was actually Chen Mingyan. Because there were too many people on the bus, Chen Mingyan struggled to squeeze her way to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming shouted for money for the first time, Chen Mingyan saw him. Chen Mingyan called him twice, but it was too noisy and far away, so Yang Ming didn't hear her at all. Chen Mingyan had no choice but to squeeze all the way from the back to the front. The moment Yang Ming was about to insert the coin, she stopped him. Here. Chen Mingyan handed the coin in her hand to Yang Ming. Yang Ming put it into the coin box. You just threw it in? The man who was waiting for his change was caught off guard and realized that Yang Ming had already finished throwing the coin. I'm sorry. I forgot about you. Why don't you do some research and see if you can dig it out again? Yang Ming did forget about this. Fuck, the man muttered. If I could dig it out, I would have done it already. Do I need you to remind me? Thank you. After Yang Ming put in the coin, he squeezed with Chen Mingyan to the back door. There were only 2 stops. If they didn't move to the back quickly, they wouldn't be able to get off the bus. Although the bus that didn't sell tickets saved a lot of manpower, there were also a lot of corresponding disadvantages. For example, you could only get on the bus at the front door and get off at the back door. Even if there were a lot of people and you happened to be next to the front door, you still had to get off from the back door. Why are you still saying this to me? Chen Mingyan blamed Yang Ming for being polite. Yeah, who are we? Who knows? We might be a family in the future. Then I won't be polite. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Who is a family with you? I just realized why you like to take advantage of others. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Yang Ming protected Chen Mingyan and squeezed to the back, which affected the interests of some people. Those who were squeezed to the side by Yang Ming glared at him. There was a young man who looked like a rascal who saw Yang Ming flirting with such a beautiful girl. He was unhappy. Motherfucker, why are you squeezing? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Yang Ming was happy when he heard this. He was always the one who said this to others. Today, someone used it on him. If it was a normal time, Yang Ming would have slapped him. But now, Chen Mingyan was beside him. Yang Ming couldn't be too rude. He just stared at the young man. If you think it's too crowded, why don't you take a taxi? You don't have money, yet you still talk nonsense. You. The young man reached out and wanted to punch Yang Ming, but he didn't expect his arm to be caught by Yang Ming. The young man shook twice, but couldn't break free. Then, he knew he met a tough guy. Oomph. Yang Ming looked at the young man with disdain and let go of his hand. The young man quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. With the young man as an example, the people in front took the initiative to move to the side and let Yang Ming pass. Nonsense. Yang Ming was more than 180 centimeters tall. He had a standard crew cut. He was like a gangster on TV. Who dared to provoke him? Yang Ming looked at the bus stop. The next stop was Xuefu Shucheng. So he said to Chen Mingyan, Mingyan, I get off at this stop. Where do you get off? What a coincidence, I also get off at this stop. It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you on the bus. Yang Ming was referring to the encounter on the bus. In fact, it was indeed a coincidence. After Chen Mingyan went home for lunch, she was going to Xuefu bookstore to buy a few exercise books. When she was waiting for the bus 87 came first. However, she remembered what Yang Ming said to her at noon, so she didn't get on the bus. Instead, she waited for the bus 114 to come before she got on the bus. It was because of this idea that she met Yang Ming. Songjiang City Xuefu Bookstore was established in 1990. It was the largest book supermarket in the province. It covered an area of 3,600 square meters. It had an independent courtyard and parking lot. The number of books was one of the best in the country. It could be said that other than pirated books, as long as it was a proper publication, you could buy it here. At the entrance of the bookstore, there was a group of mobile hawkers selling pirated books. Because they were selling some web novels, the people in the bookstore didn't interfere. After all, they were selling different things and wouldn't bring a loss to the bookstore's turnover. Yang Ming was very interested in this kind of novel. When he was free, he would always go to an internet cafe called Chidian Chinese Network to read novels. He remembered that he was obsessed with a novel called Chasing Beauty After Rebirth. Every day, he would go to the internet cafe to wait for the next chapter. He used all his pocket money to subscribe to this book. Why are you boys interested in this kind of strange book? Chen Mingyan asked strangely when she saw Yang Ming looking at the thick book on the stall with interest. Chapter 62. Web novels are much more refreshing than normal novels. There are no depressing plots. Naturally, there are many people who read them. Normal novels are not like this. They are full of twists and turns. It might even end in a tragedy. You say that everyone is under a lot of pressure from studying. Reading extracurricular books is just to relax. If the more you read, the more depressed you get, then what's the point? Yang Ming explained. There was another reason that he didn't say. It could satisfy the male chauvinism of these big boys. You are right. Chen Mingyan nodded and followed Yang Ming to take a look. Hey, look at the author's name. It's interesting. It's actually called Fishman Second Generation. Why didn't he call himself Fishman or Fishman First Generation? Who knows? I've seen a novel called Nonsense Fish. Who knows how these people came up with names? Maybe they're brainless? Yang Ming said casually, chasing the beauty after rebirth. What does it mean? What is rebirth? Yang Ming, have you read this book? Is it interesting? Not knowing why, Chen Mingyan was interested in the book of Fishman Second Generation. Ugh, this book is not suitable for you. Let's go. Yang Ming said secretly. I have read this book before. Fuck, the main character actually took so many women as his wives. How can this book be given to Chen Mingyan? Chen Mingyan was pushed far by Yang Ming. When they reached the entrance of the bookstore, she asked inexplicably, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the book?" In fact, it's nothing. It's just a harem novel. It's about the main character who likes many women at the same time and finally takes them all. It's just to satisfy the vanity of some boys. Yang Ming said a few words simply. He didn't dare to lie to Chen Mingyan. If Chen Mingyan bought the book and found out that he lied to her, then it wouldn't be good. Some boys? Are you one of them? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming and asked with a smile. Me? Hee. Actually, which guy doesn't think this way? But it's just a thought. How could such a thing happen in reality? Yang Ming laughed dryly as he excused himself. Oof. Chen Mingyan snorted coldly after hearing this. Mingyan, don't be angry. I can't even deal with you. How can I think about other things? Yang Ming quickly explained shamelessly. Who wants you to settle it? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Although Chen Mingyan said that she didn't want to talk to Yang Ming anymore, she didn't leave immediately. She still went into the elevator with Yang Ming shoulder to shoulder. Yang Ming certainly knew that Chen Mingyan was joking, but he also knew that girls were thin-skinned. Sometimes he had to take care of them, so he quickly pretended to be scared and said, "Then I can only stop being a gentleman in the future." Stop being a gentleman? Why? Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming's words and asked curiously. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Since you don't want to say it, I can only use my actions in the future. Yang Ming said seriously. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chen Mingyan said angrily. Okay, I won't joke anymore. What books do you want to buy? Yang Ming changed the topic. Now he and Chen Mingyan occasionally played dirty jokes. Chen Mingyan didn't show any displeasure or disgust, but everything has a limit. Yang Ming grasped this limit very well. I want to buy some college entrance examination exercise books. I heard that Haitian college entrance examination latest trends is good. A lot of people in the school bought it. Chen Mingyan said, Oh yeah, Yang Ming, you should buy one too. It will be helpful for you. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in these learning books. He hadn't been to the bookstore for 4 or 5 years, not to mention buying any exercise books. This time he didn't come to buy an exercise book, so he had to say vaguely, I'm here to buy other books for my dad. Let's talk about the exercise book next time. Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming came to buy books for his dad. She couldn't help but ask curiously, You are buying books for your dad? What books are you buying? The college entrance examination is coming soon. He asked you to come out. What a waste of time. I asked for it. Didn't the exam just end? I came out to relax. Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan didn't say anything. They separated after they went upstairs. They agreed to meet at the exit of the stairs later. Yang Ming didn't know what category lip reading belonged to, so he found a bookstore staff and asked, Where are the books for learning lip reading? Lip reading? It's together with the deaf school's teaching materials. Walk over there. It's on the 3rd shelf. The staff pointed to the left. Sure enough, on the 3rd shelf, Yang Ming saw a series of teaching materials for the deaf. In recent years, with the rapid development of the cultural industry, a large number of books emerged in the book market. It was more convenient to buy books, but it also created a lot of other troubles. For example, right now, Yang Ming was facing a whole bookshelf of teaching materials. He didn't know where to start. The contents of the books were mixed. Yang Ming didn't know anything about this subject, so it was more difficult to choose. He didn't have a choice. He could only choose from the title and publisher. Normally, People's Education Publishing House and Beijing Normal University Publishing House's books were marked with the words Education Department's designated teaching materials. Yang Ming specifically chose a few of these books. Although the teaching materials of these big publishing houses might not have a lot of content, Yang Ming didn't expect to learn lip reading through these books. This was just a starting point. In the future, he would have to rely on his own practice to master it. As long as the contents weren't wrong, it would be fine. After choosing the books, Yang Ming wanted to leave. Suddenly, he saw a few books on sign language on the other side of the bookshelf. Although Yang Ming felt that he didn't need them now, he couldn't be sure when he would need them in the future. So, he randomly chose a book from the People's Education Publishing House. After paying, the cashier told Yang Ming that 2 of the books came with a VCD player. He asked him to go back to the bookshelf to get it. Not bad, Yang Ming thought. Originally, he was afraid that he wouldn't understand. This time, with the video teaching, it was better. When he went back to the bookshelf, he saw a row of VCD players. However, the discs were in a mess. Yang Ming spent a lot of effort to find the 2 discs. After squatting for half a day, his legs were a little numb. When Yang Ming stood up, he accidentally leaned back. This was fine, but Yang Ming's head actually went under the skirt of a woman behind him. Chapter 63. Ah, the woman exclaimed. She pulled down the dress that was covering Yang Ming's head and covered her body with it tightly. Rogue? Yang Ming's mind was still filled with the image of the sexy black laced underwear. When he suddenly heard the woman yell, "Pervert," he realized that it was directed at him. Yang Ming quickly stood up and looked at the woman in front of him. To be exact, it should be a young woman. The young woman was about 28 or 29 years old, or maybe she was in her 30s. Women nowadays generally take good care of themselves, making it impossible to figure out their true age. Perhaps because of proper maintenance, her skin was whiter and more tender than ordinary girls. There was no sign of the general 30-year-old woman in her twilight years, let alone an old woman. The young woman's dress was simple and elegant. She wore a decent light black professional dress and didn't wear a single piece of jewelry, but it made people feel very noble. Looking at the young woman in front of him, even Yang Ming, who dealt with beautiful women all day long, couldn't help but drool and his heart beat faster. Indeed, Chen Mengyan and Zhao Ying are both first-class beauties. However, Chen Mengyan is slightly young and inexperienced, and Zhao Ying can only be regarded as a young girl. But the young woman in front of him is the one who can really attract men and make men's male hormones get an instant stimulation. Women at this age are the most interesting and the most irresistible. So after Yang Ming's eyes locked on her body, he could no longer move away. No wonder the number of mature woman films on the internet is always more than other categories. What are you looking at? The young woman saw that Yang Ming was caught under her skirt. Not only did he not have the slightest guilt, but he also kept staring at her. Moreover, his eyes seemed to be looking at her breasts. That beautiful sister, I'm sorry. When I got up, I didn't see you behind me," Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. "Didn't see? If you didn't see it just now, then what are you doing now?" The young woman was very upset with Yang Ming's wretched gaze. She felt that it could penetrate her clothes. "Little rogue, you are not old, but your courage is not small. You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you come out to flirt with a beauty. Do you believe that I will call the police to arrest you?" Yang Ming listened to the young woman's words and was a little unhappy. "I have already apologized to you, and I didn't mean it. Aren't you looking for trouble?" Yang Ming was not a good-tempered person. If the person in front of him was not a beauty, Yang Ming would have slapped her. So he said with some annoyance, "What's wrong with a beauty? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for your looks, I wouldn't have bothered to talk to you." "Auntie? You." The young woman was choked by Yang Ming's words. In the beginning, when she heard him say that she was a beauty, the young woman was quite happy. But the more she listened, the more uncomfortable it became. Not only did he say that his girlfriend was prettier than her, but he also called her Annie. Although Xiao Qing was already 30 years old this year, she would be a woman in her 40s after her birthday, but no one had ever called her Annie. Who didn't say that she was a 20-year-old girl when they met her? That kid actually called her Andy. She really couldn't bear it. She wanted to scold him, but she didn't expect this kid to turn around and leave. Forget it. I won't lower myself to the level of a little kid. Xiaoqing comforted herself. She didn't know that when she called him a little kid, didn't it obviously mean that she was much older than Yangming? If she wasn't an Annie, then what was? Yangming got off the elevator and went to the agreed place to wait for Chun Mingyan. As soon as he went down the stairs, Yangming saw that Chun Mingyan had already been waiting for him at the exit. So fast. Yangming quickly quickened his pace and walked over. Yeah, I came to buy this set of books. I came down after I bought it. Chun Mingyan raised the book bag in her hand, then took out a few books and handed them to Yangming. This set is for you. For me? Yangming was stunned. He took the book in Chun Mingyan's hand. It turned out to be the latest trend of the college entrance examination. Yes, I asked you to buy it just now, but you didn't go. You, this person, if I didn't watch you study every day, wouldn't you learn by yourself? Chun Mingyan glared at Yangming. Ugh. Yangming knew that Chun Mingyan obviously misunderstood him. She thought that his perfunctory behavior was to avoid studying. But only Yangming himself knew that his current results came entirely from the magical contact lenses. Whether he did the exercise book or not, it wouldn't have any effect on his results. But since Chun Mingyan bought it for him, Yangming could only force a smile and accept it. How much is it? I will give it to you. No need, just treat it as a gift from me. Chun Mingyan waved her hand indifferently and said, Go back and do it seriously. If you don't know how to do it, you can find me. No problem. Yangming didn't show any special expression on his face, but his heart was full of emotions. Chun Mingyan didn't ask for money. He didn't know if it was because they had a good relationship, or because she wanted to return the favor of the hair clip in the morning. But Yangming couldn't ask, but at least he could be sure that Chun Mingyan really cared about him, and it was for his own good, or else she wouldn't have bought this set of exercise books for him. Thinking about this, Yangming felt more relaxed. Everything has to be done step by step. Now it was better than before. At least a month ago, Chun Mingyan would never go to the bookstore with him and buy books for him. What book did you buy? Chun Mingyan glanced at the book in Yangming's hand when they went out to check the stamp. Beginner's Guide to Lip Reading? Introduction to Sign Language? Yangming, is this the book that your dad asked you to buy? Yeah. Yangming was a bit embarrassed. After all, this book was too weird. Normal people wouldn't buy it. Is there a deaf mute in your family? Chun Mingyan had a weird expression. No, it's like this. My dad's company is going to act in a play, and it might involve this kind of content. I'm not very sure. As Yangming said this, he prayed in his heart. If one day Chun Mingyan really becomes the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, please don't ask my dad. Fortunately, Chun Mingyan was only curious, but she wasn't very interested. After listening to Yangming's explanation, she didn't say anything. Chapter 64. Finally, the 114 bus arrived. The two of them got on the bus together. Since it wasn't the starting station, there were a lot of people on the bus. It was almost the same as when they came. Yangming had just bought the book and found 2 yuan of change. He directly put it into the coin slot. What Yangming didn't notice was that the young woman he met in the bookstore also got on the bus. But neither of them saw the other. Beautiful women on the bus were always eye-catching. Moreover, some obscene men who had nothing to do always liked to stay on the crowded bus and act as bus sex fiends. They specifically looked for beautiful women who were alone. Such women were often silent in the face of obscene men. The more they acted like this, the more arrogant they became. Even if they reprimanded them, they would use the reason that because there were a lot of people on the bus, it was inevitable that there would be physical contact between people. Therefore, the parties could only suffer in silence. Although Chun Mingyan got on the bus with Yangming, because she was too beautiful, there was an obscene man who couldn't help but want to come over and take advantage of her. So this person desperately squeezed towards Yangming. Yangming usually saw this kind of thing. Naturally, it was easy for him to discover the intention of the obscene man. The position where he and Chun Mingyan were standing was in the door. If there was nothing, who would try to squeeze over here. That person seems to have bad intentions towards you. Yang Ming reminded in a low voice. How do you know? Chen Mingyan didn't notice the obscene man. I knew it when I saw his expression. Yang Ming frowned. Let's change places. You go in front of me. You know so clearly. Do you often do this? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't speak again because he saw the person squeezing over here. Why are you squeezing? You are taking advantage of me. A girl with heavy makeup was squeezed by the obscene man and complained with some displeasure. Who squeezed you? It's not like you did it on purpose. Look at your face. The man was a little unhappy with the girl's words. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Chen Mingyan, but because of the girl shouting, it was difficult to do it. It would be fine if she was really good-looking, but this chick's foundation was really too bad. Even with makeup, she still looked like a ghost. Come on, look at that lecherous look of yours. You don't look like a good person. The little girl didn't give up and scolded. The man didn't want to waste his breath on her, so he shut his mouth and pretended not to hear her. At this time, he had already squeezed behind Yang Ming and was about to reach out his hand in the direction of Chen Mingyan. It was just that Yang Ming was in front of him, so it was not easy to make a move. Yang Ming was worried that he didn't know how to teach this guy a lesson. He didn't expect that the girl would make the first move, so Yang Ming had a good opportunity to add fuel to the fire. With a decision, Yang Ming slowly reached his hand in the direction of the girl. Because there were many people on the bus, it was difficult to distinguish the direction by feeling. But Yang Ming was different. Yang Ming directly used his X-ray vision and easily found the position of the girl. Then he pinched her butt. Hey, the feeling is not bad. If you don't look at the face, the body is still first class. The girl suddenly shouted and glared at the obscene man. She reached out and gave him a big slap. You rogue. The obscene man was stunned by the sudden slap. It took him a long time to react. Fuck your mother, stinky bitch. Why did you hit me? Hit you? I still want to send you to the police station. The girl shouted, why did you pinch my butt? Pinch your butt? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm blind? The obscene man retorted loudly. Don't say those useless words. If you have anything to say it at the police station. Driver, stop the car. The girl shouted without fear. The obscene man had some doubts in his heart. He estimated that he may have a record in the police station. When he heard that the girl was serious, he immediately withered. At this time, the bus just happened to arrive at the next stop. The obscene man cursed psycho and hurriedly got off the bus. Oomph, don't let me see you again. The girl was like a victorious rooster. She proudly snorted. The other passengers beside her all moved to the side in unison, afraid to provoke her. Only Yang Ming saw the obscene man get off the bus. His mouth revealed a smile. See, I said that this guy is not a good person. You guessed right, but his target is not me. Chen Mingyan whispered. Didn't you see that he squeezed over? If I didn't block you, maybe he would have succeeded. Yang Ming lowered his voice and said, Do you think he has such bad taste? As he said this, he glanced at the girl with heavy makeup. You mean? Chen Mingyan thought for a moment. Then, she saw the strange smile on Yang Ming's face. She instantly understood what was going on. She glanced at Yang Ming and said, You are quite bad. What do you mean bad? I am resourceful. Yang Ming retorted. Did you feel good? Chen Mingyan suddenly asked. The feeling was not bad. Yang Ming replied casually. But when he said this, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly changed his words. At that time, I was thinking about getting rid of the obscene man. I didn't think so much. In a hurry, how could I remember the feeling? Chen Mingyan didn't pay attention to him. She frowned and looked away. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? When Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan like this, he thought that she was angry with him. He was shocked and quickly asked, Don't talk. Look over there. Chen Mingyan interrupted Yang Ming and whispered. Yang Ming curiously followed Chen Mingyan's gaze and saw a thief using a small knife to cut the backpack of a passenger who had fallen asleep on the seat. When he saw the passenger's face, he was suddenly happy. Isn't this the auntie who scolded me in the bookstore? It's true that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It's not that it's not time yet. It's just not time yet. Hee hee, you got your retribution so quickly. Chapter 65. What are you doing? The thief tried to pull the knife, but realized that it wouldn't budge. He asked with a guilty conscience. Seeing that the sharp knife was about to pierce into Chun Mingyin's shoulder, Yang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed it. Because he was afraid that Chun Mingyin would be accidentally hurt when they were struggling, he clenched his teeth and grabbed the knife. Yang Ming had no choice but to squeeze behind Chun Mingyin. Forget it. Look at those people who are close to them. Each and every one of them has a look of indifference. What can we do to help? Yang Ming said faintly. He actually heard the thief's thoughts. Yang Ming was stunned. What happened? Why is this happening again? But in the current situation, Yang Ming didn't have time to think about it. He couldn't calm down and figure out what was going on. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about him. He stared at him and said, "Stay here. If I don't ask you to speak, don't interrupt." The thief didn't realize what was going on. He felt as if he was suddenly in the vast universe. Everywhere in front of him was twinkle, 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 twinkle little stars. Yang Ming, your hand. What happened just now happened in a flash. When the thief gave in, Chun Mingyin recovered from the shock. Seeing that Yang Ming's hand was still bleeding, she couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. It's okay. It's just a small injury. How are you? Yang Ming pretended to be indifferent, but he still frowned secretly. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Although it didn't hurt the muscles and bones, it was still very painful. Uncle, I was wrong. Don't hit me. The thief thought that Yang Ming was too senior for him to call him brother, so he quickly changed his words. Help! Yang Ming. No matter how strong Chun Mingyin's sense of justice was, she was still a 17 or 18-year-old girl. When she saw the knife coming towards her, Chun Mingyin was so scared that she closed her eyes. She subconsciously called out Yang Ming's name. Why are you still laughing? Chun Mingyin saw that Yang Ming was still laughing. She frowned slightly and was somewhat dissatisfied. Blood dripped down from Yang Ming's fingers. The thief was shocked. He didn't expect that someone would grab his knife at this time. Yang Ming actually saw the thief's intention to stab Chun Mingyin. Even if Chun Mingyin didn't shout, he would do it. Yang Ming didn't want to see the woman he liked being hurt in front of him. He didn't want to see such a rubbish thing. Please don't stab her to death. I'm just scaring her. Who asked her to be so troublesome? However, even though she was unwilling, Chun Mingyin actually squeezed through after she finished speaking. She patted the sleeping Xiao Qing and said, Sister, wake up. I'm fine. Chun Mingyin nodded with a guilty conscience, but she blamed herself in her heart. Was I too reckless? If it weren't for me, Yang Ming wouldn't be injured. Yang Ming, how can you say that? Chun Mingyin was slightly unhappy. It's because everyone doesn't care that the thief is so rampant. I believe that as long as someone is willing to stand up, the thief will definitely feel guilty. At this time, many passengers on the bus also noticed the thief's behavior. Not only did no one say anything, but they all turned their heads to the side. How can that be? Yang Ming, why don't we think of a way to remind the sister? Chun Mingyin was a little anxious. That's a minority after all. Chun Mingyin was disgusted by Yang Ming's indifference. According to what you said, this society doesn't need to help each other? You really disappoint me. Chun Mingyin immediately panicked. She couldn't care much and shouted, Catch the thief. Everyone catch the thief. Hey, little girl, you can shout. The thief saw everyone's expression and waved the knife in his hand. He shouted more arrogantly, I'll let you shout. I'll kill you first. As he said this, he stabbed toward Chun Mingyin. Who is your brother? Yang Ming said coldly. Oh, the thief just screamed half a sentence. Yang Ming's next punch hit the thief's cheek, so he couldn't make any sound. Originally, Chun Mingyin thought that as long as she shook the sister awake and gave a little hint, the thief would stop. She didn't expect the thief to threaten her with a knife. But Chun Mingyin's shout didn't make the people around her agree with her. Instead, they hid around and pretended not to hear it. The thief felt pain and immediately let go of the knife in his hand. He covered his eyes with one hand and covered his cheek with the other hand. He said vaguely, "Brother, don't hit me. I was wrong, brother." The thief was holding a knife in his hand. "I'm not the police, nor the People's Liberation Army. What does catching a thief have to do with me? I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing." Yang Ming quickly stopped smiling and made a serious expression. "Who asked her to sleep on the bus? She can only blame it on her bad luck. Ming Yin, it's not easy to be a hero in this era. Didn't you see the news, often reported? On a bus somewhere, a thief was caught. The thief was caught with the stolen goods. In the end, because the passenger who lost the item was afraid that the thief would take revenge on him in the future, he firmly refused to admit that he lost the item." Yang Ming said softly. In the end, under the helpless eyes of the hero, the thief arrogantly walked away. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Chun Mingyin's words. He didn't expect Chun Mingyin to have such a sense of justice. However, asking him to help the auntie, Yang Ming was a little reluctant. "What do I want to do? Of course I want to kill you." Yang Ming's other hand, that wasn't holding the knife, hit the thief's left eye hard. However, when he heard that Chun Mingyin could call his name in a critical moment, Yang Ming was very happy. "It seems that Chun Mingyin's heart has already regarded me as someone who can protect her. Sister?" Yang Ming glanced at the auntie on the seat. If it was another passenger, Yang Ming might have helped her, but now Yang Ming couldn't wait for this auntie to be stolen. When the thief saw that Chun Mingyin wanted to ruin his good deed, he was furious. He glared at Chun Mingyin and said in a deep voice, "Don't fucking meddle in other people's business. Be careful that I don't stab you." As he said that, he gestured with the knife in his hand. Chapter 66. The young woman who had her purse cut had already woken up when the thief was yelling, but she didn't expect that the person who taught the thief a lesson was actually the young man she met in the bookstore. She just scolded him as a rogue, but now he helped her. Xiao Qing was really embarrassed to face it. She deliberately lowered her head and prayed that Yang Ming didn't see her face. "Sister, did you lose anything?" Chun Mingyin saw that Xiao Qing woke up and quickly asked. "No, nothing is lost." Xiao Qing had just checked her bag. It was just a cut, but the phone and wallet inside were not lost. "Look after your things. Next time, you won't be so lucky to meet us." "Auntie," Yang Ming said faintly, but the word auntie was emphasized. When Xiao Qing heard auntie, she immediately understood that Yang Ming had recognized her. She didn't hide it anymore. She looked at Yang Ming and smiled. "Thank you for just now." Originally, Yang Ming wanted to scold her, but when he saw that she took the initiative to show goodwill, he didn't want to be stingy. So, he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you don't think that I deliberately approached you." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xiao Qing blushed. "Yang Ming, do you know each other?" Chun Mingyin heard Yang Ming's slightly sarcastic words and felt a little strange. After all, Xiao Qing was much older than Yang Ming. She was much more tactful. When she heard Chun Mingyin's question, she replied, We just had a small misunderstanding in the bookstore. It's not worth mentioning. You are his girlfriend, right? Not bad. You are really beautiful. We are not in that kind of relationship." Chun Mingyin shook her head with a red face. However, when she said this, she glanced at Yang Ming next to her. Seeing that he didn't show any displeasure, she was relieved. "Sister, you're also very beautiful. Me? I'm old, and I have become an auntie." Xiao Qing deliberately teased. "By the way, Yang Ming, how can you call her auntie? How rude." Chun Mingyin immediately questioned after hearing it. "That? I just said it casually." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. When the bus arrived at the next stop, 2 police officers boarded the bus. It was probably the driver who had called the police after seeing the thief being subdued. However, this was even better. Yang Ming was still worried about how to deal with this guy. Yang Ming, Chun Mingyin, and Xiao Qing, as the parties involved, were also invited to the police station to make a statement. After getting into the police car, Chun Mingyin looked at Yang Ming's hand worriedly and said to one of the policemen, can you send him to the hospital first? Before the policeman could say anything, Yang Ming said, there's no need. The cut is not very deep. The bleeding has already stopped. Let me see. The policeman grabbed Yang Ming's hand and looked at it carefully. The wound is so long. Let's go to the hospital to deal with it first. Get a tetanus injection. Yang Ming listened to him and couldn't do anything. He couldn't tell the police that he had been cut by someone with a knife before, and the wound was much more serious than this. But he was fine. As for the thief, although he was beaten by Yang Ming, there were no visible wounds on his body, so he was handcuffed in the car and didn't come out. The hospital they went to was an internal unit of the police station, Songjiang Armed Police Platinum Hospital, so there was no need to line up or register. There were 2 policemen with them, and the wound was quickly bandaged. Because the wound was very shallow, the doctor said that there was no need for an injection. When they arrived at the police station, after a simple statement was made, Yang Ming and the others were allowed to leave. The matter was obvious. The thief was caught red-handed. Although he didn't steal anything, the thief was still thrown into the detention center. Speaking of which, the thief could have stayed in the detention center for 15 days, but he just couldn't accept it. He had committed so many crimes, and no one dared to meddle in his business. Why did he encounter such an inconspicuous person this time? The more the thief thought about it, the angrier he got. Fortunately, he heard Chen Mengyin call Yang Ming's name in the car just now. He remembered his enemy's name, Yang Ming, and was ready to wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Originally, this matter would have ended there, but when he arrived at the detention center, the thief met a guy who came in because of a robbery. It was said that thieves and robbers were from the same family, so the thief suddenly felt a sense of kinship. With a sigh, he told the guy how he came in, including finding an opportunity to retaliate against Yang Ming. The guy in the detention center happened to be Li De, who told Yang Ming's secret to Bao Sanli that day. When he heard that it was Yang Ming, he immediately raised his vigilance and quickly asked the thief about the appearance of Yang Ming. The thief thought that Li De was also a victim of Yang Ming, so he immediately described the appearance of Yang Ming in detail. After Li De heard it, it was exactly the same as the Yang Ming he knew. This time, Li De was amused. You went against Yang Ming. Isn't that looking for death? He quickly told Bao Sanli about this matter. Therefore, before the thief understood what was going on, he was beaten up by everyone. At first, the thief thought that this was the treatment of a newcomer. After being beaten up, he quickly called Brother Bao and Brother De to curry favor, but it was useless. At night, he was beaten up again. After being beaten for 3 days, the thief couldn't stand it anymore. He knelt on the ground and begged for an explanation. In the end, Bao Sanli rolled his eyes and said, "Fuck, you can't even beat me, and you still want to find trouble with Brother Yang? Brother Yang doesn't need to do anything. I will kill you for him first." Brother Yang? Which Brother Yang? The thief didn't realize for a moment that he had offended a great god called Brother Yang during this time. The one who sent you in? Bao Sanli sneered. Oh my god, brother, I was wrong. The thief was really regretful at this moment. He didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually a ruthless person. He even had underlings in the detention center. If I knew that Brother Yang was so ruthless, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to find trouble with him. However, the thief was still not spared. Bao Sanli still beat him up every day in order to make him completely give up. Therefore, the unlucky thief spent the rest of his time on the bed since he entered the detention center, except for being beaten up. Therefore, on a bed in this detention center, there was a special moaning sound day and night. When other people passed by, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Could it be that the legendary Brokeback appeared? Chapter 67. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyin left the police station. At this time, they were very familiar with Xiao Qing. Thank you so much just now. Xiao Qing said very sincerely this time. In my bag, there's a passport that I just got. If it was stolen, it would be troublesome. Passport? Yang Ming saw that when she was choosing books in a bookstore, she was holding some Korean daily conversation books. So he asked, "Are you going to Korea?" "Yeah, I'm going to participate in a friendly exchange between Chinese and Korean international university students in a few days." I need to catch up on my Korean." Xiao Qing smiled. "University student exchange? Sister, are you a university student?" "Oh, yes, you should be a graduate student." Chun Mingyan asked with some curiosity. But looking at Xiao Qing's age, she should be a graduate student. "Me? Graduate student? Am I that young? I am a teacher leading the team." Xiao Qing smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Apparently, she was still dissatisfied with the ante. Yang Ming simply pretended not to hear it. He was too lazy to argue with her. On the other hand, Chun Mingyan chatted with her for a while before they separated. Xiao Qing didn't dare to take the bus again, so she waved and stopped the taxi to leave first. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan returned to the bus stop to continue waiting. In the evening, Yang Ming took out the books that he bought during the day. He put the sign language book into the bookshelf first. He picked up another lip language book and flipped through it. Because the teaching material was the beginner's type, and it was full of pictures of the mouth shapes, Yang Ming didn't have to spend too much effort to read. He just had to make a few mouth shapes in a mirror to understand the parts that he didn't understand. In fact, the biggest difficulty of lip language was to test one's eyesight. If the eyes couldn't keep up, it wouldn't be practical, no matter how good one learned it. And Yang Ming had the advantage of eyesight. No matter how far away he was from a speaker, as long as he wanted to see, he could clearly see the speaker's mouth shape. The teaching material wasn't very thick, and there wasn't anything profound in it. It was basically just the shape of a few syllables. Although the Chinese language was broad and profound, the pronunciation was nothing more than the combination of the 26 pinyin letters to form over 400 syllables. Therefore, as long as they memorized everything, all that was left was actual combat training. Remembering things wasn't a difficult thing for Yang Ming. Yang Ming's memory was good to begin with. And now that he was remembering things that he was interested in, how could he not be fast? In less than an hour, Yang Ming had finished reading the first chapter. He noticed that there were video practice questions in the textbook. Yang Ming quickly found a VCD. But when he held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, Yang Ming was a little worried. Fuck, it's actually a computer disk. The words on the disk read, "For Windows XP/Vista." Yang Ming's living conditions at home weren't very good, so he hadn't bought a computer. It seemed that he had hit a bottleneck. Actually, Yang Ming had wanted to buy a computer for a long time, but his studies weren't good in the past. His parents were afraid that after buying a computer, Yang Ming would be addicted to games and wouldn't study even more. He reckoned that the results of this joint exam were good, so if he requested to buy a computer again, his parents would agree. Thinking of this, Yang Ming went to the living room. His parents were watching the television. When they saw Yang Ming come out, Yang's father immediately said, "Big Ming, how was it? You must be tired from studying, so you came out to relax." Yang Ming was a little ashamed. Although he was studying just now, what he was studying had nothing to do with school. "Dad, I want a computer." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "This way, I can learn about the new trends of the college entrance exam online and download some mock questions from other provinces." When he said this, Yang Ming felt a little unconfident. The main purpose of buying a computer was to learn lip reading and then go online to flirt with beauties. However, Yang's father believed it. He saw Yang Ming's progress during this time. So when Yang Ming said his condition, Yang's father didn't hesitate and nodded. "Okay, I agree. It just so happens that I also got my prize money back. I will bring you to buy it this weekend." Looking at his father's support, Yang Ming really didn't know what to say. If his father knew that he bought a computer for other purposes, he wouldn't know if he would be sad. However, Yang Ming had no other choice. He had to learn lip reading as soon as possible. Last time, because he didn't know how to lip read, Wang Jitao and the others took advantage of the loophole. Yang Ming didn't want to make the same mistake again. At this moment, he could only go against his heart and make a white lie. However, Yang Ming secretly swore that he must be admitted to Songjiang Industry University to win glory for his parents. After the joint examination results were announced, Everyone who knew Yang Ming was shocked, including Yang Ming himself. Wasn't a little too much? It seems that I have to restrain myself next time. A total score of 703, ranked ninth in the academic year. As a matter of fact, Chen Mingyan only scored 692 points. Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming's results and didn't know what to say. Although she saw Yang Ming's hard work during this time, wasn't the effort and the result a bit too disproportionate? There were people who worked harder than Yang Ming, but no one was as effective as Yang Ming. Yang Ming, come to my office, Teacher Li said to Yang Ming. Thus, Yang Ming walked out of the classroom amidst the hypocritical praises. Some of the students in the classroom were jealous, some were envious, but of course, there were more who were suspicious. Yang Ming's original results were obvious to all. This time, he suddenly became a dark horse. How could people not be suspicious? Yang Ming, did your little universe explode? From C to B? Zhang Bin was in disbelief. How did you copy? Teach me next time. Go to hell. Didn't you see that my results were the highest in the class? Who am I going to copy? Although Yang Ming was also copying, he couldn't tell others how to copy. Of course, there were still people who were sincerely happy for Yang Ming and wished him well. This person was Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan's mood was very complicated at the moment. When she saw Yang Ming's results, the first thought that came to her mind was the first suitor that Yang Ming mentioned. The second thought was to be happy for Yang Ming. When did I start to care about these things? Chen Mingyan sighed and shook her head. Chapter 68. This guy must have copied too much and was called out by the teacher to talk to him. After Yang Ming went out, a small guy in class said first, I think so too, but Yang Ming is also very good. It would be great if I could copy during the college entrance exam. Another girl interrupted. You still want to copy during the college entrance exam? Don't even think about it. My neighbor's brother was 1 year older than me. He was caught copying and his grades were directly canceled. Another person said, but this time, the invigilation was similar to the college entrance exam. How did Yang Ming copy? Who knows? Maybe this guy has some unique skills. All right, let's stop talking. Why do you think Yang Ming copied? Chen Mingyan couldn't listen anymore. She stood up, slammed the table, and said, Yang Ming's hard work during this time is obvious to everyone. At least I have been witnessing Yang Ming's progress. During this time, Chen Mingyan had been helping Yang Ming with tutoring. Everyone in the class knew this, so when Chen Mingyan said this, the students in the class closed their mouths. To put it bluntly, they slandered Yang Ming just to find a way out of their jealousy. They thought that their hard work was no less than Yang Ming's. How could Yang Ming do better than them? So, at this time, as long as one person took the lead and said that Yang Ming's grades were copied, the others would immediately agree. This would make them feel more comfortable in their hearts. Wang Jitao was also one of the people who were unhappy, but he was the class monitor, so it wasn't good for him to comment. Secondly, now was the honeymoon period of his relationship with Yang Ming. He still had plans to implement, so he couldn't ruin their relationship. When he saw Chen Mingyan put in a good word for Yang Ming, his heart was even more angry, but there was no other way. In order to show that he was Yang Ming's good brother, Wang Jitao stood up helplessly and said, Everyone quietly study by yourselves. Don't talk about others casually. Student Yang Ming won glory for the class. It is the honor of our class 7. Wang Jitao said righteously. Chen Mingyan had been curious about Wang Jitao's attitude for a long time. How did a person who was annoyed with Yang Ming suddenly become a good brother? However, Chen Mingyan couldn't understand this kind of friendship between men, so she nodded to Wang Jitao to express her gratitude. When Wang Jitao saw Chen Mingyan nodding to him, he thought that his righteous performance just now had won Chen Mingyan's heart. He was suddenly happy in his heart and quickly smiled back. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan had already turned her head. He had prepared a handsome smile for nothing. However, this smile happened to be seen by a short girl named Zhang Tingting who was sitting in front of Chen Mingyan. The short girl thought that Wang Jitao was smiling at her. so she quickly showed a shy expression and blinked at Wang Jitao. Zhang Tingting's grades were above average. She wasn't very tall, and her looks were average. You couldn't say that she was good-looking or ugly. In short, she was a very average girl. Zhang Tingting had always been secretly in love with Wang Jitao, but Wang Jitao was only interested in Chen Mingyan. That unintentional smile just now made Zhang Tingting think that Wang Jitao had finally noticed her. How could she not be happy? But this time, it was Wang Jitao's turn to be depressed, so he quickly turned his head. And when Zhang Tingting saw Wang Jitao turn his head, she thought to herself, men can be shy too. When the homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, saw Yang Ming's result for the first time, she was very surprised. According to her many years of teaching experience, she had never seen a student's results improve so quickly. In the third year of high school, Teacher Li had seen some students who improved at the end, but their results also improved gradually. However, Yang Ming's results were like a rocket launch. Therefore, Teacher Li couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the results. After that, Teacher Li asked a few more subject teachers. Only Zhaoing was very sure that Yang Ming's math results were real. The other teachers expressed their doubts. This was because although Yang Ming worked hard, his results improved too much. Zhaoing was very sure that Yang Ming's results were real because of her trust in Yang Ming. However, the main reason was because before the exam, she gave Yang Ming a very similar set of test papers. Yang Ming followed Teacher Li to the office and found that all the subject teachers were there. Yang Ming was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this time, he really played too much and made all the teachers have doubts about his results. But why was Zhaoing also here? When Yang Ming looked at Zhaoing, Zhaoing shrugged helplessly, indicating that it was none of her business. Yang Ming, do you know why I called you here? Teacher Li sat in front of the desk and said directly. This was a common trick used by all the teachers. No matter if the student made a mistake or not, they would first trick them. Yang Ming was already a wily old fox in this regard. You want to trick me? Not so easy. Yang Ming replied indifferently. I don't know. I don't seem to have skipped class recently. Teacher Li listened to Yang Ming's reply and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Ming, you have been performing very well recently. I am looking for you mainly to talk about your learning situation. Oh, so it's like this. Teacher Li, are you going to praise me because my results improved this time? Yang Ming pretended to be natural and said, this. Teacher Li was stunned. Originally, she wanted to ask Yang Ming's opinion on the results this time. She didn't expect Yang Ming to beat her to it. The words that she had prepared couldn't be used. Zhaoing looked at Teacher Li's stunned expression and smiled slightly. She had experienced Yang Ming's eloquence. She estimated that Teacher Li wasn't his opponent at all. However, Teacher Li had been teaching for a long time and had a lot of experience. She was slightly stunned and immediately said, yes, other than wanting to encourage you, I also want to ask you, what kind of learning method did you use to improve your results so quickly? Yang Ming naturally understood the meaning behind Teacher Li's words. Learning method? She was probably suspecting that his results weren't real. However, there were policies and countermeasures. Yang Ming pondered for a while and pretended to be embarrassed. He laughed and said, Teacher Li, actually, the reason why I was able to get such good results in the joint examination was purely because of luck. Luck? Teacher Li was confused. What do you mean? Chapter 69. I understand, Teacher Li. I will continue to work hard. Yang Ming quickly nodded and promised. He felt lucky in his heart. It seemed that he could get away with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it. If Teacher Li had a sudden impulse and asked him to share his learning experience, then he would be done for. Yang Ming, are you afraid that others will surpass you after knowing your learning method? Teacher Li saw Yang Ming's unnatural expression and thought that he wasn't willing to share. After all, the college entrance exam was like a single plank bridge. No one would be so selfless. This couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. The competition in society was too intense. Yang Ming read it once, but in the middle, he purposely mispronounced a few words. He also ignored some auxiliary words like did. By the way, Yang Ming, I've seen the test paper. Even though you've done it before, the questions inside are still very difficult. There are a lot of knowledge points involved, from the first year to the third year of high school. Based on my calculations, it has only been slightly more than a month since you started working hard. How did you manage to do it? Can you introduce it to me? Teacher Lee asked with a smile. I didn't expect it to be like this. I thought he cheated, but it seems that it was just a coincidence. However, Yang Ming really got what he wanted. The more he was afraid of something, the more it would appear. The paper was a prose. It wasn't very long, about 1,000 words. Yang Ming read it once, or else he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to read it properly. Teacher, how was my memorization? Yang Ming broke the silence first. Yang Ming saw Teacher Lee's expression and knew that he was right. He couldn't help but feel proud. I am a genius. My boasting actually came true every time. Yang Ming was afraid that Teacher Lee still had doubts, so he quickly continued. This Ms. Zhao can testify for me. Why? Are you still keeping a secret? You don't want to share it with me? If a learning method is good, I can promote it to the whole school. Teacher Lee said. And Teacher Lee was stunned. The other teachers were the same. This year's questions were similar to last year's. The teachers knew it too. After receiving the paper, the teachers complained that the teacher from the other school was too lazy. He actually used last year's questions to fool people. However, the other school was directly under the Ministry of Education. It was better than a provincial school like number 4 high school, so the teachers couldn't say anything. Now that they heard Yang Ming's explanation, they didn't know what to say. Yang Ming saw that Teacher Lee was skeptical, so he decided to add fuel to the fire. Teacher Lee, if you don't believe me, just find a passage and let me read it. Really? Teacher Lee, I don't have any special methods. I don't have any other advantages, but I have an excellent memory. I can memorize things very quickly. Yang Ming simply made up another lie. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the effect in front of him. This was what he wanted. If he had any shocking performance in the future, he could find a reason. All the teachers in the office, including Zhao Ying, were very curious as they leaned their heads towards the back of the Reader's Digest. It's like this. Before the exam, I did a few sets of last year's joint exam questions. In the end, during the exam, I realized that this year's exam questions were very similar to last year's. It was natural that I could answer them easily. Yang Ming didn't know if the other subjects' exam questions were similar to last year's math, but he thought that the possibility was high, so he took a gamble. Yang Ming really didn't know what to say. Teacher Lee, listen to what you said. I'm not that kind of person. Yang Ming thought about it. If he didn't explain clearly this time, Teacher Lee would definitely look for him in the future. Even Zhao Ying wouldn't let him go. He could avoid it with Teacher Lee, but if Zhao Ying asked him, it wouldn't be good for him to not tell her. Silence. The office was silent. All the teachers stared at Yang Ming in disbelief. What? Memorization? Teacher Lee frowned. Is this considered a learning method? But this method seemed to be the elixir for exams. Zhao Ying nodded and said, That's right. I was the one who found last year's exam questions for him. Zhao Ying was only talking about math subjects, but in Teacher Lee's ears, she thought that Zhao Ying had found all the subjects' exam questions for Yang Ming, so her suspicion was dispelled. After about 10 minutes, Yang Ming returned the book to the language teacher and said, Okay, let me try. And when Teacher Lee heard this, she was immediately interested. The other teachers also looked at Yang Ming in surprise. They didn't expect that this poor student who had been under their watch for 3 years would have such a powerful move. Yang Ming, I have seen your hard work during this period. You found last year's exam questions to do it. It proves that you are very motivated, but this time's results are too much of coincidence. It doesn't represent your real results, so you can't be proud. Teacher Lee was relieved and thought of another problem. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be proud in the future. I like the sprites that make all things come back to life in spring. I like the smell of the earth after the rain in summer. I like the sorrow of the golden leaves in autumn. I like the footprints left in the snow and winter. I hope to walk through spring with my beloved. Yang Ming looked at the magazine cover in front of him and used his X-ray vision to read it directly. Teacher Lee, but I... Yang Ming stuttered, but his mind was working quickly. How could he cover up this lie? Let him introduce the learning method? What kind of joke was this? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.